That would probably be horrible. Oh, don't mind the blood in the background, by the way. Yeah, sometimes when you're in a haunted mansion or a mansion full of Lovecraftian horrors, sometimes the walls bleed, and that's just how it goes. Stonks going up. That's right, going up the Hobbit booty. That is exactly how that would look. All right, friends, we're playing some Eternal Darkness. We're continuing from last time. Last time we finished all the way up to Karim's chapter. We played quite a lot of this game, and I was very happy with all of the progress that we made. Give me 1 sec. I realized desktop audio is muted when it should not be. Here we go. Let me unmute that. Okay, cool. I think everything else should be good. So, as always, feel free to let me know if the audio is weird, because I have altered my audio significantly for streaming this game. I have a delay set with my webcam and my microphone to hopefully sync up with the delay on the gameplay. So if the audio is synced weird or desynced strangely, or if things are too loud, if my voice is too loud or too quiet, or if you can't hear the game very well, that kind of thing, feel free to let me know. So last time, yeah, this was the station where we retrieved the chapter page for Karim's chapter, because this was following what's her face. No, it wasn't what's her face. It wasn't Ilya. This would have been after Anthony's chapter, I believe. A detachable shower head, high pressure set. Yeah. I mean, if you're brave enough, anything can be an NMO, really. The preeminent. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That whole thing. Oh gosh, that's exactly it. It should be low pressure though. Well, I mean, yeah. If you're a pansy, I mean, come on, man. It sounds horribly. It does. I mean, a lot of that sounds very uncomfortable. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. It's like animals just in their natural state don't sound like the most pleasant thing ever. All right, so there's nothing else in this room for us for the time being. What we can do, however, is we got a few new spells last time. So we have enchant item as well as recover. There was one stage that we saw, or one spot that we saw a few rooms prior, where there was a panel on the wall with a spot where our sword could fit in, because we got this cool new sword. Yeah, we got this cool sword. Hell yeah. The detachable shower. Yeah, asking for a friend. Yeah, exactly. I mean, actually, no, I have a detachable shower head in my... So I actually have... I'm so fancy. I have 2 showers. I have like 2 baths and showers. Well, actually, no, I have 1 shower, but it's not a bath. Bath shower. And then my second bathroom has a bath and a shower. And for that second bathroom, I got the detachable shower head. And I think it was just from... It was from like Ace Hardware. It was something very... unexciting. So I'm going back to the atrium because I'm pretty sure the room that we saw previously that had a little slot in the wall, like a little panel, that'd have been one of these little side rooms. We have a phone call. Okay. And it's worth pointing out that we do have... We're at about 2/3 sanity, so we already saw the bleeding walls. Like, we'll see sanity effects from time to time. No, I don't want to look at that. I want to answer the phone.
Hello?
Remember me, Alex?
This can't be happening!
Well, that was the voice of her grandfather. Oh, you know what? I just realized one thing. I'm gonna be really weird for a second. I forgot to activate the recording of the other instance of OBS. So if you'll allow me, I'm going to reload this so that I can grab footage of that uninterrupted on my second OBS instance. So we'll do the loading sequence again. I'll go fast though, because I'm fairly certain that's a scripted event. So pretend really excited. Pretend to be really excited when that happens. Start recording. There we go. Look at that. I'm actually being a responsible streamer person now. Yeah, I should have done that. I should have done that at the very beginning. Here, I can run now. Now that it's less dramatic, but we'll all pretend to be very excited, myself included. We have a slight Dutch angle on the camera, just a very slight Dutch angle. It's not like super noteworthy, but it's not even super noticeable, rather. Yeah, so the phone, yeah, there's the phone. So it is very much I'm pretty sure a scripted sequence. Handheld shower heads. Yeah, exactly. It's actually not that weird necessarily.
Hello?
Remember me, Alex?
Why stand under the water, Yeah, you could wield the water. Yeah, exactly. The water can be all-encompassing. It's perfect. I mean, really, we're 75% water as humans, so really, we're just returning to water. It's my car's extended warranty, that's correct. A truly spooky thing in this game. Alright, so there's this right here. Alex is looking at something. Oh, probably more bleeding walls somewhere. Alright, so this is the object. The object of our desire. Because we tried this previously. It says that there is a slot in this little panel that is just large enough. You have the bleeding walls. Just large enough for a sword. Yeah, now you have a sword, though. Yeah, exactly. Is it really that scary? That's the thing, too. Yeah, I will admit, I love this game a lot. And I still enjoy it a lot. But it doesn't scare me nearly as much nowadays. But when I first played it, yeah, like, the combat felt clunky enough where it, like, genuinely was unsettling. But yeah, once you kind of learn the ins and outs of the combat system, it actually does get fairly easy, especially once you get magic and you can enhance your weapons. Enhanced weapons become pretty OP pretty quickly. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and, or rather, enchanting your items. So we already have enchant item. We've had that for a couple chapters now. However, last time we got the Zelototh alignment for casting spells, so we can now enchant our items, or weapons rather, as being Ulyaoth, Zelototh. We don't have the one for Chaturga yet, but we are 2/3 the way through. So let's go ahead and enchant our Gladius. See if that will... because that will match the color of the panel that's in the wall there. Let's see if that'll do it. Marriott Hotels. There we go. Oh, and a little rat. Oh, where'd he go? Come back. A little rat friend. Okay, well, maybe not. I thought we were gonna make a little friend. Also, look how cool it glows. It's all like a little green and glowy. So a couple things. Found the pantry. I don't know why the pantry was locked behind this magical barrier. There's a spice jar with a scrap of paper. What could that scrap of paper be, I wonder? Anything else in here? Kitchen is as empty as the library is full. Always learning, but and not really sustaining himself very well. What's up, Jim? Good to see you, bud. We just uncovered the mysteries of the pantry. Although, it looks, maybe it's just me, but it looks like this pantry, like the images, oh, you know what? No, never mind, I see it. For a second, I thought these were books. But I see they're like jars of things. I thought I was like, man, Homeboy's even got books inside of his pantry. Goddamn. What a nerd. Alright, so what is in this thing? Firmly sealed glass spice jar. Arabian spices, tantalizingly emanating. There's a piece of paper. Let's open the jar. And of course, it's a chapter page. Look at that. It's throwing us right in. Sealed away for being too flavorful. Another sequence featuring Pius as he confers with Zelototh, the chosen ancient that we picked at the beginning of the game, because that was the ancient that Pius picked, that is the master that he is serving.
My liege, the future is yours. The light in the age of darkness has been extinguished. The pillar of flesh has been constructed. The master of chaos, the keeper of the ancients, is long dead. The planets will be in alignment soon. All is prepared for your arrival. I will begin the final incantation that will bring you into our world within days. The next millennium will truly usher in a new age. Your guardians, now prepare the gate!
So if that wasn't clear, it's probably pretty obvious what's happening here. Oh, little blood particles are kind of glitching out there. He's talking about wanting to like summon Zelototh into this world. So the ancient, or the essence that you choose at the beginning of the game, dictates what the main villain will be. Well, I guess Pius is the main villain, but like the main ancient evil, or the elder god, you know, the chthonic elder god that he's trying to usher into this world, to plunge it into a new era of eternal darkness, hence the name. Like that's basically what Pius is all about. He's trying to complete some kind of summoning spell to bring them forth. So, and we're like reading more of the Tome of the Eternal Darkness, reading more of its stories. We're learning more about like how the proponents of the evil side are doing awful things to like encourage or to allow this giant, awful, ancient evil to be summoned. Well, we're also seeing the stories of the good guys that are trying to stop it. Either because they chose to be to be participating, and chose to be enacting, good guy, member of good guy team, or because they were chosen, like Ilya, for instance, she was like a chosen, a hero of the story. So anyway, we discard the spice jar, even though I also pointed out the spice might just be too powerful for us to bear. It's also worth noting that I don't have to go back to Edward's study in order to read the chapter, in order to like see the story and whatnot. But I like to think it's, I don't know, I kind of like the idea of walking back as like a kind of like as a what's the word I'm looking for? A kind of an act of self-reflection as we're about to re-engage with the story. The sugar and salt labels. Oh, if you wonder, yeah, that's some chaotic evil shit, Rossi. Got a time warp from Jim as well. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's pause here, and before we begin the next chapter, the lurking horror, we'll do the time warp scan. What's up, Lunar Waffles? Good to see you, friend. Kane from Command and Conquer. Yeah, we were talking about that last time, how there's a few key voice actors and actresses who have done a lot of key roles for this game. For instance, the person voicing Alex, not me, but the protagonist Alex, as well as Zelotov, is Jennifer Hale, who is a fucking badass. That woman is incredible. And the gentleman who played the Colonel in Metal Gear Solid voices some characters. Not Pius. He's voiced by somebody else. But yeah, the Colonel's human, actual voice actor, voices a few roles in this game. So let's go ahead and read the next chapter. This is, I believe, is going to be Maximilian's chapter, The Lurking Horror. So let's see what it's all about.
I will not argue that I was shocked by the sudden mention of one of my ancestors, the distinguished Dr. Maximilian Roivas. It chilled me to my bones. Where had this ancient book come from? How had my ancestor stumbled upon it? I feverishly began to read more, eager to learn his story. It seems that Maximilian had inherited his father's mansion, just as I had. Alone since the death of his wife, and since his children had their own adult lives, he explored the house to discover his family roots.
It has been 2 weeks since the death of my father, and it has finally come to me to look over the mansion. Now, I am truly alone, and forced to start a new life here in Rhode Island. I intend to make the mansion mine, and live in it as my forefathers have, to continue the family tradition. The mansion has its secrets, I'm sure, and in my time here, I have to make them mine.
Powdered wig, man. Bilbo lives in the Hobbit hole. Well, well, yeah, I think the idea is like it's like a generic term for like Hobbit houses. So yeah, presumably all hobbits live in Hobbit holes. Tom Bombadil, that dude, he's pretty cool. I've had people ask me, Alex, who's your favorite Hobbit? And then they get upset when my answer isn't Sam. And Samwise is great. It's not like I don't like him, but people have been like, they're frustrated at me when my answer is anything other than Samwise. It's like, what? Like, I think all the hobbits are cool, like in different ways. Samwise is great, but I think Frodo's cool too, and Merry, and Pippin, and motherfucking Tom Bombadil. So is Michael Bell the one voicing Maximilian then? As yes, we have. This is Maximilian Roivas, so this is one of Edward Roivas's ancestors. Well, Alex as well, one of her ancestors. And this is kind of cool because we get to see the mansion as it existed. I think it's said in the intro, and I missed it, but it's said like this, I think, takes place in the 1800s. So we get to see how this, excuse me, how the mansion looks, presumably, at least, sorry, keep hiccuping, at least 200 years prior, which is pretty cool. So there'll be like subtle differences with like the architecture of the house, of the mansion rather, And similarities, obviously, but like some rooms and some wings in the house will look different. Some things will be the same. Okay, what does Max have? He has a medical journal. So this presumes then he is either like a professor or a medical doctor. He has a flintlock pistol with only one bullet. Muzzle-loaded pistol. Nice powerful punch, very good. 1800s. Okay, it was probably the it was probably like freshly built then at that point, because he was saying that he had inherited the mansion from his father, and it sounds like his father. Oh no, wait, no. Edward Roivas was saying Maximilian inherited it from his dad. So yeah, maybe the implication is that it was much newer at this point. A lot of details to be gleaned from the paintings and such. More medical journals. Yeah, so he's clearly some kind of medical professional. Zorn in... Oh, really? That's cool. Awful Devil, yeah. Because, yeah, Oh, here we go. More ammo. That's good. Flintlock pistol ammo. Little bags of it. Five little ammo nuggets. Because, yeah, I didn't recognize Maximilian's voice. I mean, I recognize it because I've played this game, but I wouldn't recognize it from other media necessarily. Business with the Roivas estate, of course. Okay. And yet another rare track in this game's soundtrack that is actually, like, melodic in some way, which is kind of nice. So much of this game's soundtrack is very ominous and foreboding. Not exactly things you can hum along to. And, oh, that's right, we have servants, too. How's about that? Oh, and there was also ammo. I guess this is a bathroom, so I guess you sometimes gotta keep flintlock ammo, pistol ammo, next to, like, where you wash your hands after pissing. So there's a servant. I'm just stepping over his hands, like I'm being so nice. Anything else over here? Yeah, so this would be the state-of-the-art interior outhouse. That's right. Yeah, it's not a bathroom, it's an interior outhouse. So it's an in-house. Truly a sight to behold and experience. Can you imagine? Oh man, what an indulgence. So yeah, like screen roles, because that's the thing, I'm guessing is primarily a voice actor then. But I mean, we know of other instances of Star Trek utilizing actors and actresses that are prominently voice actors, because I remember Elgaso telling me how one of the voice actors that was featured very heavily in Secret World Legends had a somewhat recurring role in maybe Deep Space Nine, one of the Star Trek flavors. Now, if you remember from present day, or at least early 2000s day version of the mansion, this room existed. This is like now a modern day bathroom. This room still exists as well. This is like a modern day desk kind of office. But this room over here didn't exist in Alex's version of the mansion. It was like wallpapered off, but there was kind of a rectangle on the wall that made it seem like there might be some kind of indentation there. So it's the servant quarters, but it's locked. You can't help but feel uneasy about it. Interesting. So something about whatever is behind this room makes him feel a little bit uncertain. Oh. And the music has shifted ever so slightly. Next Generation and Voyager, very nice. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs, that's the man. That's the dude. He had a very cool has a very cool voice. And I didn't recognize his face, but when I heard the voice, oh gosh, I was like, yep, that's the guy. Very nice stained glass window, by the way. Something odd, though. Maybe a curious detail of the shapes and content of this stained glass window. I think it looks pretty. But yes, the music has shifted. Yeah, you were like, where have I heard this voice before? And then when he shared, and you also shared with me a clip, like a video clip of one of the episodes that he was in, and he even kind of looks like the guy in Secret World Legends, the doctor, scientist, magician. Gritty portrait of a man with an overbearing countenance. I guess continence is when you poop well. An overbearing pooping skill. Hardly a reassuring soul. Wonder if this trait is prevalent in all of my ancestors, he wonders. Here's the clock that we see that's now in present day times is in the main atrium when you first enter. This painting is about the same, I think. Reassuring feeling behind the brushwork. Yeah, I think this is the same painting that is up in the second floor in the present day mansion. But when Alex looks at it then, she can tell that it's not been very well maintained. More ammo, by the way. So we're up to some pretty good stuff. 15 shots, 16 if you count whatever's in the gun right now. And it's worth noting we have a full sanity meter. So whenever I see this painting, my first thought is like, oh, this is like an altered version because our sanity is low. But no, this one's totally fine. Found a letter. I'm guessing this is Max's bedroom. I mean, I don't know what else it would be. The servants have their own quarters. Written with some precision. The antiquity of which you ask is indeed the tome of eternal darkness, or a copy of it, at least. Its secrets are still hidden from me, for I have been unable to read it, as have most scholars who have tried. It will remain within the sanctity of the mansion, for in the wrong hands it could be a powerful weapon. Bruise it if you will, but beware its magic. It is a harsh mistress. Aaron. I'm guessing Aaron is maybe his brother or another family member. So, by this point then, that implies that Maximilian Roivas has stumbled upon the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Like, knows where it is, maybe. And has seen it, but was one like asking around, like, what the hell is this damn thing? Which is interesting, because, yeah, that... Oh, here we go. There's a tablet right here as well. Strange pictograms. Odd conversation piece, yes. Let's go and acquire it. Servant mutters under his breath, not realizing that I'm nearby. He's distressed, but because he's working all the time. Yeah, I mean, fair. What's the codex we found? Is it for something that we already have? Oh, right. We don't have the tome, though. We don't have the Tome of Eternal Darkness, so we don't have the magic meter. Which makes perfect sense, honestly. Luxurious fire. Very nice. This is indeed the master bedroom. Flickering light, soft aura. Maybe an ominous side to the shadows, though, as that sometimes happens. So we can look at that painting, nothing else there. Now, in Alex's version of the mansion, or present-day mansion times, this dresser right here, this dresser we're staying in front of, had no, like, opening to it. We can't even examine the dresser, at least. But in present-day times, that dresser is special. Okay, here's the master bathroom, then. Okay. And this is the master bathroom that, in present times, gave us a big old heckin' jump scare. Grim reflection returns our questioning gaze. Racked with sleepless nights. Maybe a gleam in his eye, perhaps a growingly odd demeanor. So, Max has not been doing super well. It hints, it alleges. So last time we went to investigate something in the bathtub, something awful happened. But this time we don't even get the examine option, so maybe it's for the best, honestly. So he played 3 different characters within a single episode? Holy shit, that's incredible. So dude's like a fucking badass actor. That's awesome. I want to talk to my buddy. Okay, no, he still says the same thing. There's nothing else new then. Let's keep poking around. Let's go down to the second floor then. Oh, is that a book that's noteworthy? No, it pops out a little bit. Okay. One of the many faces, some are sketches, some lavish oil paintings. A presence is maybe a little disconcerting. All the Roivas ancestors. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so we can get a nice little panoramic, maybe not panoramic, but a nice little view of the atrium. What I wanted to do was talk to the servant, see if she had anything useful to offer, rather. Idle chit-chat about the room's temperature. Things are, like, pretty normal right now, which is nice. Very rarely are things in this game normal. So yeah, same thing, we can look down. Oh, okay, well we could, now I can't. It was a one-time thing. There it is. That's nice. That's a nice thing to see, I suppose. What's up, Lunatic Chef? Thank you, my friends. Good to see you, Lunatic Chef. Thank you for joining in, my dude. An awesome person. Aw, you're an awesome person as well, Lunatic Chef. I appreciate you, my friend. You're always so kind with your words. You're a good dude. Classical atrium, yes, yes. Modern atriums are they're more like birdhouses. Yeah, this is more old school. I mean, this thing was built in the 1800s, so there it is. It's good to see you, Lunatic. I hope you and the fam are doing well. We're playing more of the cool game we were playing last time you were here on Monday. We're playing more of this cool game, and it continues to be cool. It's a game I've played a lot of times, so I Yeah, it's not like it's a blind playthrough, but it's still a very enjoyable one. So the last time we read a letter from somebody, it was Aaron Roivas. This time, the last time it said that it was written in like longhand, very precisely, whereas this one is with a panicked, scrawled with a panicked hand. So this is more desperate, it seems. It says, "Dear friend, the house has been forsaken by the ancients. I dare not enter it for fear of my mortal soul. I would suggest that you leave also. Bring the book. It is a far more potent tool than you have learned, and may well swing the balance in our favor," says Aaron Roivas. So this is letter number 2. So between letter number 1 and letter number 2, Aaron had some kind of revelation that said, "Oh shit, that house is fucked. You gotta get the hell out of there." I wonder if that implies why Maximilian has been not sleeping as well lately. And any talking options? Nope. Okay, she's just cleaning the walls. What's up, Farfnukin? Good to see you, bud. I'm guessing all the conversations are about the same. Courteous good day, returns to his duties. Duties. Cold moonlight. Yes, it's definitely dark time. Sleepy times. Servants cleaning every day. The house never seems to get very clean. Maybe the nature of this house itself is quite soiled. I'm guessing this window still over here says the same thing. Yep, same thing. Okay. And if we try to leave, we try to heed Aaron's advice. So many secrets to uncover, though. Inexplicably, we are drawn into the house to continue its exploration, understand its secrets, and many of them. Start checking individual houses, or rooms. Another codex that we can't do anything with, but there it is. Out of place in the room. Let's go ahead and grab it. Couple other things. Now, when I first saw that, I was like, is this a baseball bat? No, it's a pump handle sitting in the pantry for like an old school, like a pump system. It's like, I guess, for like a well. What it's doing in here is anyone's guess, but I mean, it's a glowy thing, which means we should grab it. Because in video games, if you see a glowy thing, it means you should grab that shit. And of course, this pantry is much more well-stocked than Edward's. Servant casually remarks about a strange quality hanging in the air. Maximilian feels like something is a little bit amiss. Why would she say something so odd? Yes. Yeah, that's the second servant to kind of say something a little bit odd, a little bit strange maybe, but nothing overtly scary or worrisome. Cozy fireplace, nice little deal of warmth, which is nice. Asks if Maximilian has an appetite. Preparing a hearty meal, that sounds wonderful. And also more gun ammo, more flintlock pistol ammo rather, because you definitely want those lying around in the kitchen. Makes perfect sense. Oh, more ominous tones for some reason. Poking around though, nothing like overtly awful has happened yet. Here's the dining room, very fancy. This dining room is much more well furnished than Edward's. Inquires if he requires anything of service. And then there's this thing. Something written beneath the image. When darkness spreads its wings before my master, Zelatoth's greatest foe, the path to truth will be opened. Okay, well, I wonder if that could possibly be a puzzle. It probably is, however, let's come back to that in a second. I want to explore a few more things before we commit to going any one direction. Let's see if there's like other things to look at or identify. What's up, D-Man? Good to see you, bud. Yeah, we're playing some Eternal Darkness, as you are, of course, very familiar. One of my favorite games, and it's my favorite spooky game. It's like a cool video on YouTube. Recently crossed 1 million views, and also being up for 10 years. Oh, look at this now. Now there is no door here, so this wing of the mansion presumably wasn't constructed. That's still the same. But then what's this over here? Oh, also some ammo. What's this right here? Some kind of triangular design. What the hell could this be? We've seen this embellishment before, but its significance still evades us. We have, Mr. Demon. You're correct, my friend. I know it's your favorite, and I think she'd probably be my favorite as well, honestly. An oil painting of the mansion's foyer, but why the artist would paint an inaccurate picture? Because it shows a door there, whereas here, a door is not present. So isn't that curious? I wonder if that will come into play at some point. There's also this collection of strange lined designs, some kind of cyclical pattern to this. Maybe there's a significance to this, but it's hard to say. But if you look closely, you can see that it follows the Pokemon rules, because water beats fire, fire beats grass, and grass beats water. That purple in the middle, though, is suspicious. Yes, Zilitoth being the one that can inspire madness on those who interact with her, which makes her, I think, the most interesting. So with that knowledge emblazoned into our brains, we can use this. This message says, when darkness spreads its wings before my master, with the Zilitoth symbol, and then Zilitoth's greatest foe. So what would beat Zilitoth? Well, if Zilitoth is grass, that means Shaturga, red, will be fire. And look at that. A new passage has been opened. Does this lad say anything about this? Nope, he makes no comment. In that case, in we go. Is there an an elder ancient god that can inspire horniness among all those who interact with her? I would sure hope so. Maybe that's what the sequel is going to be. They were going to introduce a 69th ancient elder god to plunge the world into eternal horniness. Curled scroll of parchment covered with strange diagrams, writing. Let's go and grab it. But again, we don't have the tome on us right now, so we don't have a magic menu right now, so we have nothing to do with the codexes or the spell scrolls we're finding. 40k has okay, so yeah, 40k has a horny god. I'm not terribly surprised. I know 40k has a lot of interesting lore along those lines. We have a melee weapon now, which is cool. Probably a nice thing because we only have so much ammo for the pistols. So we found this little hidden study. Perhaps this could be of Maximilian's dad's, because it sounded like his dad was the one who had this, who recently passed. His dad was the one who had this mansion built. Some kind of wax rubbing of some kind of carved pattern. Central point's a kind of odd, some kind of symbol. We've seen it before. There's a second pistol on the wall. An aged flintlock pistol. Let's grab it. And I think... there we go. Now we can wield 2 flintlocks. Yeah, now we're in business. Now we're cooking. Born out of space cells being too horny. Psychic energy. That's awesome, Arctic. I feel like I might have heard that from somebody, and it might have been you. It sounds vaguely familiar. A lot of fucking wild. Yeah, I know Arctic has shared with me some bits and details of some lore within 40k. That's some pretty wild shit, honestly. Here's the Gothic Cathedral. We've seen this painting before. Image devoid of subtlety. I like this writing. Every brushstroke echoes the spikes of the architecture, imbuing a violent feeling as though the building itself was a harsh imposition on reality. It's such good writing, man. Love that shit. Alright, so enough dilly-dallying. We can see upon the desk. There it is, the tome. Should we grab the tome? Let's do it. The tome is ours. Flashback moment. Here we go. Oh, and that summoned a fucking demon. As we lift the tome, a letter slips out. Max catches as it drops towards the floor. So now shit is getting weird. And, of course, now we have a spell list, because we, of course, have the tome. With the tome's acquisition, we have spells and magic available to us. Let's check this letter real quick, though. Yeah, he had some kind of rune inside of his chest cavity, scrawled almost indecipherably by some kind of wavering hand. As I suspected, the ruins of Enga, that blasted necropolis, lie deep under the site of the mansion. The accursed servants of Zelatoth are so close I can almost hear their chittering. There is a secret opening in the basement, and from there we can gain access. I urge you to gather some men and seal it, or better still, destroy that damn place. I have stowed something that you will find useful on the upper level. Look to the light and you will find it. I wish that I could be at your side, but my ailment worsens daily and I know that my time is short. Aaron Nuevas. Is it possible that Aaron Nuevas was his dad then? Because he talks about his ailment is getting worse and it says that his dad only recently passed away. I wonder if maybe that was his dad's name. Yeah, it's like nitroglycerin. That would be awfully nice, honestly. Alright, so something that he thinks will be useful. So I got our flintlock pistols. We're definitely going to want to use these puppies on that big guy. So we might want to save our ammo. Let's do this. So let's go and have our saber equipped, because I think we might have some fights before we get there. Oh, we also have a new thing, a new spell list. Reveal invisible. It will... Oh, here we go. Let's read the description for it real quick. Invisible things are invisible. Some things are invisible for a reason, and mortal kind are not meant to see them. We need Narrowcath and Regomore. I think we have Narrowcath already, but we don't have Regomore. Now we have the codex for the Chiturga alignment, which is very, very good news. That's going to come in handy. So we have Narrowcath. We don't have Regomore. Oh, we have the codex for it, we don't have the actual rune itself. I think that's what that large beast will have. So let's go ahead and enchant our sword. I think it was a green demon, so I mean, I guess we can enchant it with just the same magic. If we use blue on it, it'll be weaker. So let's enchant it with the green stuffs. Item is enchanted. Here we go. Oh, uh-oh. What's this guy's trying to fight us? All right, well, I can't talk. There's no, like, talk option. Let's defend ourselves. The servants, or at least this one's trying to fight us. It turns on one of these fucking things. However, we can attempt an autopsy of this monster, because Maximilian is a medical lad. So a journal entry has been added to the journal. Yes, the horror. That's those large three-headed demons. An autopsy is performed. We can check the entry. So this is the Bone Thief. Those little lads that like to lurk inside of other humanoid monsters. They're called Bone Thieves. Oops, wrong button. Wears the skin of people to protect itself. And the Zelatoth version doesn't have a head. Just a little wispy, little lights along its head. Medical lad. Yeah, the technical term. Medical dude. Medical Broheim. However, this is a low sanity playthrough, so I'm going to intentionally not finish off the monster. That way I can continue to intentionally have low sanity. Because I want sanity effects like that to happen. Oh, wrong button. Alright, that demon is in here, so let's switch to our guns. And... yeah, we only have the 3-point alignment. Let's go with this. Alright. Oh, you okay, buddy? Uh-oh. Ah! Trying to get behind him. That's kind of crackly. Sorry about the audio quality not being the perfectest. I think it's a result of the... Whoa! Oh, he confused me. He reversed my controls. Got his ass. The result of the kind of 2 OBS instance setup that I'm working with right now makes the audio a little bit crackly sometimes. I have a limiter on this instance as well as the main instance, and this one I of course lowered the audio significantly. So with that rune's acquisition, we can reveal invisible. Oh, he still got me though, and he reversed my controls. And I didn't get to perform an autopsy on that lad, but that's okay. And we have gone very insane, by the way. I wanted to talk to this guy. Oh, except the building is upside down. Oh, Lunatic Chef, thank you. Thank you gifting that sub to Jim. That's very sweet of you, my friend. Nice little sanity effect of the room being upside down. It's always kind of fun when this room is upside down because it's so big. And it's so, like, obvious that things are amiss. Like, can I go back to the door? Well, kinda. You can kinda get back to it almost. Oh, it's not like that particular version is very unique. Thank you very much to Lunatic Chef, gifting a sub to our friend Jim. Lunatic Chef, you've done so much for me, my friend. I appreciate you, bud. You've gifted many subs and cheered many things to the channel, and you're very kind. So look at this. This guy is still working, by the way. And 1 to 8-bit llama. Oh my gosh, Lunatic Chef, he's going ham. Thank you very much, my friend. Lunatic Chef, you're too generous, my friend. The constancy, yeah, the wailing and the babies crying. Yeah, it gets ominous for sure. Thank you, Lunatic Chef. Seriously, that's very sweet of you. Completely not at all necessary. I hope you know I'm just happy that you're here. Your time is so valuable. You know, I don't expect financial support, but that's very generous of you, my friend. That's very generous. You're a good dude. We're talking to this, the servant that we protected from that horror that was fighting us earlier. So his head twists frantically left and right. Have you no eyes? Can't you see it? He cries. Some invisible horror appears to be stalking him, he says. Well, he's normal, thankfully. Everybody, the other servant was trying to attack us earlier. And one for Scarlet as well. Thank you, Lunatic. Lunatic Chef, you're too kind. Uh-oh, are you mean, lady? Oh god, she's mean. I'll shoot her in the face. Oh no, I gotta reload. Here, let's go to our melee weapon. Cut our head off real quick, and it's one of these things again. Now, I will finish this one off because we are actually out of sanity. And if you're out of sanity, then you lose health whenever a sanity effect is applied to you. Or a sanity loss is applied. Thank you, seriously, to Lunatic Chef, gifting 3 subs in quick succession to multiple friends of the channel. 8-bit llama, Scarlet, and Jim. All wonderful people. All very much deserving of nice things. And you are a nice person, Lunatic Chef. That's very, very generous of you. Right, yeah, this guy is normal. At least as normal as one can be. Let's keep looking around. There's a few other things. Oh, Maximilian is looking... Oh, there's a freaking one of these things, yeah. Let's go and reload our pistols. You can hear a trapper, but I can't see him. Oh, there he is. I think that was the only one. Can I go and reload now? So I can have like 2 shots at the ready? Hey, what's up, 8-bit llama? Good to see you, bud. Yeah, thank you again. And Scarlet, nice to see both of you. Thank you, my friends. Actually, for those who are curious, 8-bit llama and Scarlet are both team members of the stream team, the Kingdom stream team that our friend Grovana has put together. So if you like the streams that I do and you like variety streams, that kind of thing, make sure to give Scarlet and 8-bit llama both a quick look-see because they do stuff on their channels that is very funsies. And they also play a wide variety of games. And they're nice people. And they doesn't afraid of anything. Working on an exam. That's great, 8-bit llama. I'm glad to have you here lurking here, my friend. It's very generous. Uh-oh. Okay, you know what? For these, I'm just gonna go back to the saber. Thankfully, if you're like quick enough, you can pretty much get the quick kill on those things before they finish their animation. Oh, are you normal? Okay. For a second, I thought I was scared, like, oh god, what's she gonna do? But no, she's relatively normal then. But thank you again to Lunatic Chef, and it's good to see Scarlet and 8-bit llama in here as well. It's always a pleasure getting to hear from you guys. Hope everyone is doing well, and I hope 8-bit llama and Scarlet, if either of you have any fun stream plans coming up soon, you're welcome to mention in the chat. In case there's anybody who was not already following you that was thinking, oh, maybe I will, but we'll hear what kind of games they want to play. What kind of games they plan on streaming. By the way, this servant is cackling gleefully, casually tossing what appears to be a human organ into a nearby pot, stirring carefully. She assures, excuse me, Maximilian, it'll be a meal to be long remembered. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Or at least that particular text about a servant making a meal out of human organs before. That's wild. I've seen other servant texts where, like, the text is altered, or at least appears to be altered, because it's implied that Maximilian is being deeply affected by the things that are happening. Go back to the pistols for a bit. More curious noises. Yeah, nothing else in this room, just a couple things to fight earlier. I think, is this the same room? Yeah, it is the same room, okay. Actually, I'm curious, will she say the same thing? Yeah, she does, okay. A meal to be remembered, she says. Okay, and this room over here, of course, was also... well, hidden for the time being, at least. I think it's something we will need to be able to reveal that room, because we have Reveal Invisible. There's a few other things we need first. Were there any of the servants in here? There was the one woman servant that I think we had to kill because she was a bone thief in disguise. Make a sandwich? Hell yeah, Jim. That sounds wonderful. Be curious to hear what kind of sandwich you go for. Also, this painting has been altered. This was like a nice painting earlier, but now it is a hellish depiction of some monstrous landscape. Flayed skin flapping in an acidic breeze. What mind could have conceived of this? Good question. A nightmarish sight to behold indeed. Yeah, far cry from the nice, tranquil scene we saw earlier. You've seen it before? Yeah. Yeah, it's like there are still things I'm still discovering about this game. Right. Flaps. Like flapping noises. Noises I wasn't expecting to hear. But no, we were talking about how in there was a video I saw on Twitter not too long ago that showed, oh, are you normal? Yeah, you're normal. That showed one of the idle effects with Anthony's character. Once he becomes zombified past a certain point, he stabs his own hand in his like zombified state because he's like testing to see if he feels pain. And I'd never seen that idle animation before. We saw it ourselves with Monday's stream where like, yeah, he like looks at his hand and just goes to stab it. And it's weird, obviously, but very unique. Very unique. But anyway, oh, sorry, I didn't read this. So, clearly flustered, turning about looking for something that might have brushed past him, past his leg. Shrieking and uttering as though some hideous creature is nearby. Did we see the thing, T-Man? We did. And I stumbled upon it in a way that I think was fairly organic. And I didn't like build it up. It was just like, what's this over here? And then that. Oh, upside down room again. Second time we've gotten the upside down room effect. When it's a smaller room like this, it still looks weird, but it's not as weird, I feel.
This can't be happening!
That's now it's normal again. Yeah, we don't have any kind of happenings like that with Maximilian in this room. Everything else is normal. As normal as things can be, at least. Let's keep poking around, see if there's anything else new worth mentioning. Still, desk is cluttered. Nothing new there. Painting is still the same, I think. Yep. Because yes, we heard that there was something on the top floor that would be of use to us. Uh-oh, don't like that noise. Yep, it's one of these things. Shoot in the face. It's one of these things. Yeah, let's go ahead and melee it up. We've lost a lot of health already, though, so we gotta get good. Let's go ahead and get a quick slappy. Oh, there's the guy's head just chilling there. Of course, we can't restore health yet, but I think we will fairly soon, though. Whoops. Let's do a quick reload. Click, click, click. The embiggening away. Yeah, that one is kind of fun, honestly. It's so subtle, at times at least. It's easy to miss it. So that's still locked, by the way. It's a weird flappy noise. I don't know if I've heard that before, or if I have, I don't remember it. Now, we were told there was something on the top floor that was unique, or that was helpful, and you see there's like a little thingy over here. An envelope fallen behind the pedestal. Maybe it fell, maybe it was hidden. I still sense something odd about it, says Max. A sense of evil. Sealed with the King's X of Ulyath's emblem. Oh, Jesus. Oh, he dodged that shit. Alright, well, it takes too long to reload. In the heat of the moment, at least. First time outside, by the way. Like, seeing this glass window in the balcony. Stained glass window. The liquid curtain. Yeah, the good stuff. That's right. I like that effect of walking over the glass shards and, like, you can hear it in there. Got it once, says Edwin. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one as well. What's in the sealed envelope? Sealed with a kiss, I'm sure. Glob of melted wax. An odd rune is pressed onto the wax. Something heavy inside. An envelope addressed to one of my father's aides. And a basement key. That is very useful. Bone thieves, that's right. They're pretty sneaky. They're bullet dodging shenanigans. Small antiquated key, rusted by the ravages of time. Basement key acquired, as well as letter number 4. Scrawling hand. The beasts are drawing closer to our discovery. They want the book for themselves, it seems, and do not want us to have it in our possession. I've taken steps to ensure that their ilk will not touch the key in this envelope should you fall prey to their claws. Envelope containing the basement key has been sealed with a corrosive magic. If one not aligned to us tries to handle it, it will be released, inflicting pain, suffering, and a grievous blow to their sanity should they have any left. Interesting, so it's been coated with some kind of magical substance. That's neat. Hey, what's up, Moonspine? Good to see you, Michael. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Yes, we're playing Eternal Darkness. Things are getting a little bit sloppy, as I'm a fan. If people know me at all, they know that I'm a fan of things getting weird and sloppy. So I got the basement key. And of course, we don't know where the basement entrance is, but I think we can figure it out. Because I lied. I thought at one point that I didn't have what was necessary in order to open that hidden passage, but I think we actually do have what we need. Let's go and reload the pistols, by the way. Click, click, click. It's a happy sound. Whoop. Instead, we're having a flash forward, a flashback of some kind. Everything's in sepia. But what does it mean? Oh! A friend. Okay, maybe not a friend. Here, let's use our magics to enchant our shooty pooty absoluties. We're doing well, Moonspine. This is my favorite horror game, and we're playing to celebrate a video that I made almost exactly 10 years ago. It went up November 29th of, oh, here we go, of 2011. They reloaded one. The reload animation takes so damn long. Got it. Oh boy, has a lot of chunky, beefy parts to him. But yeah, anyway, so I uploaded a video almost exactly 10 years ago. It was an all Sanity Effects video of this game, and I didn't get literally every single Sanity Effect, but I got the vast majority of them. Got all the ones that I had ever seen up to this point, at least. Oh. I like that one too, or the TV pretends to turn off. Now, did I actually lose ammo? Yes, I did, so I gotta reload again. Oh! I was secretly hoping I would get that one, because that's one of my favorite ones that is unique only to Max. Only Max can get that one. The idea, because that's the thing. When he's doing the reloading animation, yeah, if he, like, fucks over too much, if he, like, pulls the trigger when he doesn't mean to, it, like, get him in the side there, so that's a very unique one. But anyway, sorry, I keep getting ahead of myself. So that video is 10 years old as of, this late November, and also it reached over 1 million views a few months ago. So this playthrough is celebrating 1 million views and 10 years of my most successful YouTube video. Whoops. Views. There we go. And I've mentioned before, it's not like, I don't think it's like an amazing thing. I don't think it's like the most amazing thing ever, but it's something that I'm very much proud of. And if nothing else, it's a great excuse to play this great game again, as I haven't played it since I made that video 10 years ago. I recorded 3 separate playthroughs to make that video, and I played intentionally with low sanity, which is what I'm doing here. I'm intentionally playing with low sanity here as well. Also, it's worth noting, we now have the alignment for Chaturga, which is great. So now we can enchant our weapons with the red enchantments, which will help us fight the bad guys that much better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some assignments real quick. So enchant item. We're going to enchant that to this guy, to D up. And then also, we now can recover anything that we want. There we go. So if we want to say recover, we can recover sanity or health, or magicka to some extent at least, with the spell casting. So the recovering sanity one isn't quite as helpful for us, but recovering health absolutely is. So I'm going to do this, assign that to the Y button, that way I can get a quick health restore whenever I want it, so long as I have the magic for it. Behold. Look at that, isn't it wonderful? We're just about full. Beautiful. Enjoyed it though, Michael? Hell yeah, dude. Reload time would be halved. If you only pick, you're right, D-Man. Yeah, if I would have just intentionally not picked up the second one, because you don't need to pick them both up, but it is nice to have, obviously. I appreciate that, Jim. As always, I mean, I hope you know I won't be offended if you have to hop to bed. That goes for anybody. I don't expect everyone to stay up super late for this necessarily, but this game does mean a lot to me, and it's always very fun to play, at least, so I appreciate that other people enjoy it as well. We have Reveal Invisible, and we can cast it. If the emblem here is of Xelatoth is green, that I think implies that we need something to beat the symbol, to beat the sigil here, to reveal it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's try Reveal Invisible. 3 points of power, obviously. And since the emblem is green, if it's a grass type, let's hit it with red, the fire type. See if we can beat that shit. And look at that. The game, that's right, Moonspy, that's a good one, absolutely. The effigies, we got the one in Karim's chapter. Doors locked. However, we have just the thing. Yeah, in Karim's chapter, we got the red effigy. And I'm trying to think where the other two come from, but I think we've gotten all the ones so far. Just the one. Oh yeah, here we go. And you know, I'm gonna go ahead and preemptively... you know, I don't have a ton of magic. Maybe I should hold off and only enchant when I know I'm getting into combat times. Got that pistol ready to roll. Oh, speak of the goddamn devil. All right, well, I could try to run and cast. I don't think I can have time though. All right, well, sure enough, I need to reload again. Actually, here's what I can do. Let's go out here. Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh. Oh, no, my controller's unplugged. Uh-oh, that's a problem. I'm getting my shit removed. Oh, just kidding. That was a sanity effect. But I did indeed lose a bunch of ammo. So I need to do that part. I need to... I'm actually going to hit myself with a minor restore sanity. So I'm not going to lose a ton of health. So we'll say... Let's do this. Actually, let's do... Assign... Sanity. That one. So a minor restore sanity. And then the pistols all enchantified again. Yeah, the dual pistols are very fun. Right, so I'm gonna finish off probably just... Actually, no, I need to examine this guy. Attempt an autopsy of this monster.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, the wide variety of Sanity Effects is impressive. I liked what I would have given to have been a fly on the wall of like the development team as they were... Yeah, I'll go ahead and finish him. As they were coming up with ideas for Sanity Effects. Like, what if we did this? What if we did that? Like, just all the ideas, man. It's just so wild to me. I don't have a ton of ammo left, though, and I almost wonder if I shouldn't be going as ham with the pistols, but they're still fun, man. Even though they're sometimes a little bit clunky to use, I do enjoy them a lot. Let's check the journal, by the way. Oh, actually, no, it's a separate page. Did I inspect all these things, by the way? Check. Yeah, dual, yeah, fighting akimbo style. Holster pistol used in the 1980s, or 1680s, rather. Rate of fire is low, but it packs a powerful punch. The sabers were used as a ceremonial dress for officers. Brass knuckle guard with a popular styling. American and English cavalry. Yes, that's all the same. These. Yeah, what about this pump? Manually driven pump. Yeah, for like the well or something. And then... autopsy, here we go. So the zombies. Limbs regrow as phantom entities. That's right, so you can like remove heads and arms, but there'll be like a phantom limb still remaining. No real sequel. Yeah, it's incredibly unlikely. Last I read, Dennis Dyack, the CEO for Silicon Knights, which is now long since gone the way of the dodo. Dennis Dyack formed, like after Silicon Knights went under, he formed a new company. That went under. He formed, I think, a second company in that one's wake. That one went under. And now I think he's formed a third one, and he's working on some kind of free-to-play MMO. And he's been keeping quiet about Eternal Darkness for a while. With his second and then later third company, he claimed that he wanted to make some kind of spiritual successor to Eternal Darkness, but he's kind of realized that people don't really trust him for big projects like that, so he's been kind of keeping quiet about that stuff. So I think he's trying to work on other projects, but yeah, I'm not going to get my hopes up. I think this is pretty much a one and done. Wrappings in the mummy, or yeah, it's like a mummy, so they're susceptible to fire. Yeah, they're not too hard to fight usually, the green zombies, the Zelototh zombies rather. They're not too hard to fight compared to the red lads, which are much more voracious, but they are still tricky in other ways. Bunch of tools. This begs the question then, if the basement was like off limits, if the door to the basement was hidden all this time, how these tools get in here? Does that mean like Maximilian literally never could get to the basement ever for his own house, or his father for that matter? Like, how long has this been an issue, I wonder? So spell here as well. Damage field. Let's see what this is. Although I don't think we actually have the ability to cast it yet. Exerts a force of mystical power on the confines of its runes. Nothing can enter. Oh, okay, so it is a barrier that we put down then. What's up, Derek? A lot of good quality. Yeah, like quality-wise studios. Yeah, I mean, and of course some of them got gobbled up by larger companies, that kind of thing. So yeah, a lot of victims of good studios in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s. Yeah, kind of blacklisted, honestly, because yeah, the whole stuff with Epic, with the Unreal Engine license issues, and he's apparently like a huge dick to work with. Apparently, like he was all kinds of problematic, and as a result, no one really trusts him because he hasn't made anything really at all since Too Human, I think, which was like what, 2006, I think. So it's like he keeps. It seems like he has ambitious ideas, but he's like yeah, he kind of has been more or less blacklisted by this point. No, he's like tried Kickstarters, like nothing. I would stop short of feeling bad for the guy, but I do recognize he's definitely stuck in between a rock and a hard place. But he's able to like fund the creation of new studios though, so he's not struggling, I don't think, at least. Good indie studio, maybe, yeah. Yeah, it'd have to be somebody other than Dennis Dyack. It'd have to be like someone outside of it, or maybe people that he worked with that like banded together, maybe something like that. But we'll see. Yeah, taking the mantle of the Dyack, that's right. So we need Bankorok and Red Gilmore. We have Red Gilmore already. Damage Field isn't something we need yet, yeah, so that we don't have the actual rune for it. I don't think it's a spell that we need, per se, but it is very useful in some instances. So we have this pump. The handle is missing, however, we have just the thing. Can I look at the well itself? I cannot, but we can go ahead and use this puppy. Now look at that. Drain the putrid slime that is this water. Slowly draining it. And of course we gotta climb that shit down. There's even a ladder for it too. Uh-oh. What's this? He's looking like he's wounded. He's like kind of clutching at himself. What is this? Can't open the door. Now what could that have been? Was that like a sewer area? Was it a prison cell? Hard to say. What we do know is that I need to reload, but I don't have time for that shit, so time is of the essence. There it is. At the rune now, which means we need for damage field. Peter Molyneux, yeah. Yeah, Peter Molyneux, yeah, has been problematic for different reasons. I feel like I have at least some semblance of like sympathy for the Molyneux case, because for Peter Molyneux at least, because like I appreciate that he's an idea guy. Like he has very cool ideas. So it's like I at least like that part of him. It's just he needs people that can kind of reel him in, so to speak. It's like the George Lucas thing, right? It's like when he's by himself, he can't, it's just not good. But if he's got people that can like fill in where he has weaknesses, I think he can do good things. But it's hard to do that when someone's like this giant ego visionary kind of person. It's, you know, it's easier said than done. So I don't know. It's every criticism that is levied towards Peter Molyneux, I can't really defend. Like, it's like, yeah, it's frustrating for sure. Will I try for that one, Demon? I was thinking about that earlier, yeah, if I wanted to try for all 3 playthroughs in one quick sitting, well, like in multiple sessions, or if I wanted to like break it up and do other stuff in between. New upcoming project. Yeah, it's like he keeps trying new things, ironically, so it's like, oh, for Dyack that is, oh, okay, I thought you were talking about Peter Molyneux. Because yeah, that's the, I think the free-to-play multiplayer game that he's working on. Fable was good, yeah. I heard Fable 2 and 3 are pretty good. 1 was kind of... I thought 1 was alright, but not amazing. But apparently 2 and 3 are pretty good. Black and White, though, yeah. Yeah, apparently that's like the last one that he was where he really nailed it. Because, yeah, otherwise... I mean, I don't even know what projects he's been working on as far as projects that actually got to completion. Gonna attempt an autopsy in this being as well. We've seen the other zombies. But this is a different kind of zombie, technically. New entry, very good. Let's go and finish him as well. Just quick, a little bit of a boost. Let's check the entry. This is a Mantarok zombie, so that kind of confirms we've been wondering. The zombies that don't have a specific affiliation with any of the 3 elder beings, they're affiliated with the 4th one, Mantarok. Living human corpse with no special attributes, very weak. So yeah, it's more of a... It's kind of emblematic rather, of Mantarok's power being weakened in this game by the time we see him, at least. It's the idea that the Ancients have like various strengths and powers to them, whereas Mantarok's zombies, or his influenced zombie critter things, are just kind of like, I mean, they're there, but they're very much kind of wilting in comparison. The Cube game, yeah, like I like that as an idea. Like that's a game where it's like, I think it's a cool idea. But that's, and I like stuff like that, but like that was like a fairly small, I think, a fairly small project, at least in comparison to things like Fable and Black and White. It's like, that's the kind of thing where it's like, that's nice, but that should be like a side project. Like, give me something else, Peter Molyneux, like something else that's special. So like, cool ideas are one thing, but they can only take you so far, unfortunately. Now, what is this? As we've like descended under these steps, there's an we are incredulous at the site. The ruin of a fantastic city. So we heard earlier there was a letter that mentioned Enga, I think was the name of the city that Aaron was saying was actually underneath the mansion. So there's some kind of giant city underneath a naturally formed cave. Spires and buildings poked through the dense fog, light ebbing through the city, crackling in the wake of an energy spilling from a light source held aloft by unseen forces. So indeed, there's something underneath here. And of course, it's just a flat texture, but still, there's something going on here. There's this barrier, but we have the room, so it should disperse. That's right, yeah. So that's I think that's the lore behind like why Mantarok has monsters, even though they're not very strong. Definitely not as strong as the other ancients that are out and about. Oh shit. Look at this bastard of the being. That's what I'm looking forward to getting. The flat texture city, yeah. I think this game looks pretty good, all things considered, but yes, it's a 2002 GameCube game, and it shows in a couple of spots, so. There's other instances where you'll see a room that is very clearly, or like an entrance to a room that is very clearly a loading zone for something else, and they tried to dress it up, but you can still, if you look close, you can still tell it's very clearly like a JPEG texture. Yes, they have joined butts, as it should be. It's like a human centipede, but it's like a Siamese centipede, kind of, sort of. Yeah, it looks good for its time. I think they did pretty good for 2002 GameCube. I mean, this would have come out like a year after Animal Crossing. And Animal Crossing, I love. The original, I loved. But, I mean, graphically, it's not the best, obviously. Right, he doesn't get the special monsters, that's right. Have a good night, Jim. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. It's always a pleasure getting to hear from you, buddy. Thank you for enjoying this game with me. It's like I said, it's always nice that there's other people that appreciate this game as much as I do, because this game means a lot to me for sure. Let's enhance our shit. Yeah, it warms my heart to see that there are people that show up for this game because this game means a lot to them the way it means a lot to me. Ouch. We just fought each other. Or hit each other. So he gets to still cast things while he's moving. While he's schmoving. He's over there summoning things. I'm gonna hit this guy. A quick finish. Smack. Only have so much ammo left. Got that shield. You think you're so cool. Gonna get ready to run because he hits me with a magic attack. I think he tried to restore his own health, but I'm not here to allow that kind of shit. But I love this game. Like I said, this game is fairly obscure. Didn't sell very well back in the day, I don't think, at least. Was reviewed very well, but not a lot of people bought it. Kind of flew into a lot of people's radar. So in a lot of ways, it's fairly obscure. But it makes me happy to see that, yeah, there are people that enjoy the shit. That was a cool noise. Fried this bastard. So you can see, that was probably supposed to be a pretty tough fight, but with enchanted weapons, if you enchant your weapons the right way, it makes combat super easy.
That was but one, and there was an entire city of them. I could not hope to fight them all alone. I knew I had to get help. I knew there was a way. I just had to find it.
And how'd that go for you, Max? Not good.
flameless, quenchless, the world in peril from unseen foes. The darkness. Instead, they jeered and threw me into this forsaken place. A place of empty souls and fevered thoughts, reeking of fetor and decay. Thinking me mad with delirium. The fools cast away their hopes of salvation, but locking me in this damned asylum. May the rats eat your eyes! I am now lost to your cause! The darkness comes! It will damn us all!
That voice clip at the end, that "May the rats eat your eyes" part, if you remember, we heard that line at the very, very beginning of the game. That dream sequence that Alex had, where it's in sepia and she got her shotgun and she's shooting the zombies. She's like hearing that at the beginning of that sequence. Which I always thought was kind of cool. So when we had that sanity effect, where it looked like when we first descended the step of the ladder, and Max suddenly like was kind of clutching at himself, and it was inside this little area. I think that was supposed to be his cell that he would eventually occupy. I think the implication there is that he was definitely affected by fighting all these monsters. Like they said in a lot of the text throughout that chapter that like Max hadn't been sleeping well. He'd been doing a lot of things, just in general. Oh, our enchantment just wore off. He'd been doing a lot of research and had been, just in general, like he'd been very studious in like the intervening months. But and he kind of had this draw to wanting to explore the house, to explore the mansion, but he hadn't like found the answers yet. So I think the implication there is that he was already kind of slipping, so to speak. And then the events of that chapter and fighting the monsters and seeing the bone thieves sprout out from his servants and seeing the underground city, I think the implication there is that he did indeed see those things, but he was also kind of affected by them. So when he tried to warn others and tried to like get help, people thought he was insane, threw him into an asylum. So I think there was a combination of like truth and madness about him. Also, like in that cutscene, he's like slunched. We're talking about this game's presentation and how the graphics have aged, and it's like he's kind of slouched down. He's like so mad. He's like spitting as he's talking, and you can see the saliva particles. Like, I think it's a cool effect. Don't mind the blood wall behind me, by the way. It's not a problem. It's fine. Some good games sell exactly, Rossi. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that happens nowadays too, obviously, but there was a number of noteworthy cases of games where it's like critically games are received well, like this one, but yeah, it didn't sell very well, unfortunately. Well, similar lunatic chef, yeah, with two, maybe not flintlock pistols, but same general idea, honestly. Lovecraftian story, yeah, characters going insane. That's the Lovecraft vibe, baby. That's how we do it. I intend to make the mansion mine. Well, we all know how that went for him. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so with each successive chapter that we finish, you can see now our sanity meter is at about half of what it would be normally. So each time we finish a chapter, our sanity dwindles a little bit further. I remember when I was a kid, or at least an adolescent playing this game, I would finish a chapter with Alex, and then really quickly, before the game could do any shenanigans, I would go to immediately fill up my sanity because I was super nervous. I was like, nope, I don't want to mess with it. Just go fast. But now it's like I want the sanity effects. Let's do a quick save. In fact, I should be saving more often. It's a good practice to have. It's more affordable, yeah. It was terminal, that's right. Especially how, like, before the advent of internet-connected game consoles, it was harder to patch a game if there was a problem or a bug. So, yeah, things were more high stakes back then, for better or for worse. But yeah, it's kind of wild to think how things were back in those days. So we've talked a lot about that kind of stuff, you know, in this channel, just discussions and whatnot about game development and games whose development cycles go off the rails and things get delayed, or games that are produced with bugs, that kind of thing. And it's like, I mean, Michael, you and I, like, we've both seen firsthand what game development is like. There are times where I think to myself, like, man, it's a miracle games get made at all, honestly. Shit's hard. There's like so many ways where things can get fucked. There's so many ways where a game's development cycle, even with all the right resources, and if nothing is done incorrectly, things can still get spicy. And that's pretty wild to me, honestly. And it wasn't mature back then. That's correct. Yeah, early 2000s, man. A different time for sure. All right, so again, this door is here, but of course it's locked. Doesn't do us any good. It can easily fail. Yeah, a good project with good people and good resources, it can still fall through. Happens all the goddamn time. Unfortunate. So we got this dresser key. And in fact, there was that dresser on the second floor. Maybe that's what we should check next. Go back here real quick. As we did the pantry. Was there anything else in here? I don't think that there was. Oh, there's a little mouse friend. Little rat friend. I was wondering where he went. Our one true friend in this adventure. Little rat friend. Now, I can't target him, can I? I mean, why would you ever want to target this little friend? He's a good dude. Same thing here. Nothing on the piano. I think we eventually get to do stuff with the piano, but not yet. There's this thing. But there's no way for us to move the mantle placement at all like we did with Max's chapter. So this is just there for funsies. The original secret study. Word of mouth. Yeah, there's a lot of things that feed into these things. Yeah, and yeah, Mr. Mouse friend, he's our emergency ration. In case things get desperate. The mood, yeah, it is a cool mood, and I like how it's different in 1800s and modern day, and there's even one more instance of the mansion that we will find fairly shortly. So yeah, it is kind of fun that each instance of the mansion feels different. So this one is normal again. It's not the nightmarish acid wind. Here's the Vladimir Putin bust that still looks at us with that happy little smile of his. So let's see, where was... I always like this, how whenever you walk by him, it almost looks like he's being like, yo damn, riggedy Rudy, Alex got the booty. That's kind of what I think that he is thinking as our little head bust friend looks at us. So I think might be in this room actually. Looking for that dresser. No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah, it would just be donezo. Like there'd be no chance for redemption. This one right here, so here it is. There's no keyhole, but a small triangular design. However, reveal hidden might just be what we need. So, once again, the emblem shown here is the green one, Zelatoth. So, presuming we need something to beat the thing that is hidden, let's use the alignment that beats Zelatoth. So if Zelatoth is green for grass, that means we should use reveal hidden invisible, or red for fire. Let's see if this works. The main character's name is Alex. It is a fun detail, honestly, Michael. Yeah, that was one of the things that I remember liking as a young hobbit when I first played this game. I was like, that's fun. All right, we have unlocked the drawer. Shall we open it? Of course. Got a gun. Our first gat. For Alex, at least. And as well as a page from the tome. A journey into darkness. A happy little tale, I'm sure. When I was an even younger, littler hobbit.
Your guardians have located the heart of Mantarok.
Yes, located within its grave. As we suspected.
It shall be retrieved at once.
Be wary. The power of Mantarok lingers still, corroding the universe around its tomb. It will doubtlessly be guarded after these 7 centuries. The beast has not been contained.
I can assure you that my binding of Mantarok, fueled by your very own power, will be enough.
It is not your sorcery that we doubt, Augustus, but the power of the dead god. How can you, a mere mortal, comprehend what that entity represents, or what power it can wield?
We know not.
And we know more than thou.
Your future depends on me, Majesty. Without me to open the gates...
Yes, yes. Be quick. lest our power and our faith in you wanes to oblivion. It will never happen. I have seen differently.
Seems like there's a lot of hand-wringing by Zelatoth about Mantarok, because a few cutscenes ago, Zelatoth was saying how we want to make sure we get that gate open so that Zelatoth can enter our realm quickly, because if the other two ancients were to join forces, and or work with Mantarok, they could overpower Zelatoth. And of course, Pius is like, nah, that's never gonna happen. Don't worry, forget about it. She was like, it could still happen, as unlikely as though it may seem. And now she's saying, yeah, even Mantarok himself is still a force worth reckoning. Worth reckoning with, that is. So, also, yeah, we don't even get the option to examine again. Alex is like, yeah, no more bathroom or bathtub investigations, please. Character's name is Alex. Oh yeah. It's the every copy of Eternal Darkness is personalized meme, like how in Mario 64. Also, our Reveal Invisible wore off. That's why there was like a red hue. That's because Reveal Invisible usually causes like a hue to appear for a while. There he goes. Look at her. As we walk by, he's like, damn. But yeah, the meme about Mario 64, every copy is personalized. Anything else we wanted to do while we're up here? I don't think that there was. We'll eventually need the key to get into this guy. I think there's still something. There was something behind that painting for a second, maybe not. And there's still this, the servants' quarters. In fact, we even saw a sequence that looked like a ghost Maximilian with like the powdered wig and everything entering this door, and we never got to go in there and his chapter. So there might still be more yet unseen with Maximilian. So look at this. There is something here. We can't actually like get through this because we would need somebody to disperse this field. We don't have a spell for that yet. She has to. She does, yeah. And the voices sometimes counteract each other, which I always thought was kind of cool. They don't necessarily argue, but they'll like one will comment on the other. And I think both of them are voiced by the same voice actress, by Jennifer Hale. Oh, sorry, my painting is bleeding. Yeah, that's what happens if you like smack your painting with a sword too often. It can cause wounds to start bleeding forth. So let's go back to the chamber. Again, we don't actually have to go back to the study to be able to read the book, but I always like the self-contemplation that comes with walking back this way. Contemplating what we're about to observe and learn. Don't smack your painting with a sword too often, it might start gushing forth oodles and boodles of blood. They are different voice actresses. Okay, so cool. So you have Zelatoth 1 and Zelatoth 2. So let us save. And now begin a chapter anew. The revolver. Oh yeah, it's a five chamber revolver, not the standard 60. Double action revolver, firing. Yeah. 38 special. Extra stopping power. Extra good. Oh, right. Let's get learned, baby.
The ancients'
yeah, Jennifer Hale's great.
Was incredible. From all walks of life to all parts of the world, their tendrils crept and wrought their insidious damage. Their prisons decayed constantly as their guardians' work continued. I discovered mention of a breakthrough in satellite radar imaging that revealed the presence of a hitherto unknown temple mound in the Angkor Thom region of Cambodia. An archaeologist of some repute, Dr. Edwin Lindsay, took it upon himself to investigate the area, to reveal the secrets of history. Unfortunately, the local government at the time thought differently, requiring that Lindsay find other means into the country and to finance the expedition. He found these in Paul Augustine, a collector of rare items who professed an interest in the discovery and agreed to help. After a dysentery-riddled 2-week venture, Lindsay and Augustine located the remains of an ancient city temple dating back to the 12th century.
Dysentery-riddled 2-week adventure. Doesn't sound great, does it? Also, Paul Augustine. Sounds like a curious lad. A collector and enthusiast of odd things.
This is it. It has to be. I hadn't expected the information to pan out, but here it is. The satellite data was correct.
For years, I have searched for it without success. Here, all along, clouded from us beneath the great ancient's insidious magic. I am very pleased with your performance, Dr. Lindsay. Very pleased. In fact, so pleased that I will give you an early bonus.
Who knew this guy would turn out to be evil? Just by looking at him.
My God!
You are a scholar, Dr. Lindsay, not a warrior. In that regard, I have several centuries more experience than you.
With an outfit like that, how could he not be
Don't
evil?
be a fool. Die quietly, and you will not suffer. You cannot escape me, Lindsay. This place will be your tomb.
Aha!
Just
He
as
was
it
bad
is
guy.
Tarok's. Guardians of Zelikoth, kill him!
These fucking things. It throws us right in. All right. Let's see what we got. We have actually quite a few tools at our disposal, which is kind of nice. The villain from Roger Rabbit. I was thinking the, I can't remember the guy's name or even like his title, but in, I think it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. So, Indiana Jones, Raider of the Lost Ark. The guy that looks at the Ark of the Covenant and it melts his face off. That guy. That's what I was reminded of when I saw the dude's, the evil dude, Paul Augustine's outfit. And of course, this character, Edwin Lindsay, looks very much the Indiana Jones part, the explorer and such. And we got a shotgun and a pistol on our inventory right now. There's some shotgun shells and pistol ammo, so we are in pretty darn good shape. We got a big old monster that is staring us down right now, so I'm gonna switch over to shotgun times. Remington M870, extended 2 magazine, fancy. Same shotgun used by Marine Corps in the 70s. We also have a kukri, not a kokiri. Significant advantage in close quarters. That's pretty nifty. So it's nice to have a melee weapon that we don't have to rely on ranged, on like ammunition, that kind of thing. We have an archaeologist's brush for clearing dirt and such, which is nice. Torch, obviously, pretty simple stuff. Set fire to enemies or light things up, which is nice. We always got the shoot gun, which is good. A decent bit of shotgun shells. Very good. Alright, and of course we don't have any magic yet. We don't have the tome, so it is on us to fight these things as they are right now. So these things, it's like a timing aspect of it. And they have that scythe attack, almost like a scorpion's tail. Wait for them to open up. Got his ass. So I will not finish him, because of course we want low sanity. What is this? Layer of dust. Now there's this kind of green hue everywhere. I don't think it's poison. We're not losing health or anything, so I think we're fine. Got that boomstick though, baby. Can I go ahead and reload now? That would be nice to do. Yeah. So let's see if we can do something about this. We have this archaeologist's brush. I'm gonna clear that shit off now. It's the gamer's choice. Alright. So with this, we have a bangle, a bracelet. I like that noise. And we have this icon, an icon that we've seen plenty of times, and we'll continue to see in various ways. The linking of the three ancients and their powers and how they relate to each other. And Mantarok, always in the middle like that. Yeah, Guardians. Yeah, Reaper Guardians. Yeah, exactly. Now, can we just leave? I mean, I guess we could. No intention of leaving the temple, though. Gotta get to the artifact before Augustine does. No one crosses Edwin Lindsay. You tell him, Edwin. I like how when you get close to that, you can hear the Cambodian jungle noises. So last time we were here, it was with Ilya, whose voice actress was the same voice actress for Zelatoth number 2, like D-Man pointed out. This is presumed to be much more into modern times, because Ilya's chapter would have been many moons ago. Oh, also the green ambience has disappeared. I think this is where Pius went. Who we know as Paul Augustine, but it's obviously Pius. The seated goddess, once again, where her neck and wrists would normally bear jewelry, just flex and grooves. Were they stolen by grave robbers? Well, we do have a thing now. Worn around the wrist, embellished with inset gems and engravings. Look at that. The Greater Guardians, I think I remember those as well. We have lots of things to look forward to. Nothing else to investigate here. Let's pursue forward. Oh, but before we do that, another sequence where it sounds like we'll be gaining the Tome of Eternal Darkness. So there's Ilya's statue. And again, here's the one for Pius. Half the man he used to be. So here's the one for Anthony, which we've seen previously. However, here's the one for Karim from his chapter, implying that he has died. And if we keep going, we see Maximilian's. And he didn't die in his chapter, but he definitely at least went partly insane. So I think the implication is that he was eventually felled due to his pursuit of the tome. So far, we've yet to have a chapter where somebody lived to tell the tale. Everybody, I think, with the exception of Pius, has at least partially died due to their pursuit or their protection of the tome. Lesser Guardian, Reaper Guardians. Oh, hold on. They're gonna fight each other, right? Well, kinda. Yeah, fight each other. I like the infighting. There you go. These guys are weak enough. I'm just gonna use melee attacks for these fellas. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Mantarok lad won that fight. So I will not finish either of them, because once again, I want the low sanity. And actually, wow, he has quite a lot of sanity and health. Not a ton of magic, but he's doing pretty well. What I might do is maybe do pistol times for a bit. I don't want to finish him, but I want to examine the growth of the human race, rise to intelligence and development. There was a decline of humanity implied, though. Humanity's dusk. You're getting back up, homie? Don't think so. Alcove with an array of candles, and somehow they're still lit after all this time. That guy's just gonna be wriggling and squirming on the floor. Yeah, they're pretty weak lads, which is very good. I very much prefer them to be not very beefy, because the red boys are the most beefy and sometimes the most annoying to deal with. Like the nature noises, the jungle noises. Nothing else over here. Oh, metal bracelet. Nice that they just placed this on this little pedestal, very, like, implying that it's very important in some way. Trying to take care not to step on these plates, because we already know what happened, rather, during Ilya's chapter. My controller just rumbled, as if to say, hey, check this out. Dense cobwebs. Could it be that it's hiding something? Well, can we light it up on fire? No, we can't, however. Look at this guy. But the codex, very nice. Let's grab that shit. Okay, sounds good, Mood Spy. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Good night, my dude. What is the codex we just found? It is... Oh, for summoning things. Very nice. That will come in handy pretty soon. Sooner than later, methinks. Oh boy. There's something on that pedestal. Well, here, this thing as well. Bronze necklace. Not unlike the necklaces that we would have been placing with Ilia's chapter. It looked like there was something behind this guy. You can kind of see it there, but he is... Ouch. Yeah, there's a barrier here. We need to disperse this barrier somehow. So we can't get behind there. So he can't attack us, we can't attack him. Spell we have enchant, recover, reveal invisible, damage field. I think he has a damage field up as well. I think that's what this spell is. So there's nothing to reveal necessarily, I don't think at least. We need to disperse or dispel magic. This is a door that's closed, so I think this is as far as we can go for the time being. But we have more jewelry. Let's go back to the statue. Maybe there's more things we can do with the statue. Whoop. Didn't quite mean to tap that, but that's okay. Try to be careful and deliberate with my movements. Not bowel movements, just normal foot movements. So the bad guys have stayed dead this time. They learned a lesson. Let's go back to that statue then, with new jewelry acquired. This metal bracelet, which cannot be placed. However, we got this cool bronze necklace. Resplendent with glowing gems. Let's use that shit. Ah. And that door is also open. Of course, we still can't get past the dude, but sure, that's nice. Now, Edwin kind of crouched down almost like in a ready stance for a second. Usually when your protagonist is in some kind of ready stance, it means that there's a bad guy somewhere nearby. But I think we're fine. We got the bling, that's right. Some more paintings on the floor, or I guess just depictions on the floor. The birth of the human race. This would be humanity's dawn. And then what could this be? Stone statue. Oh yes, a Naga. Snake-headed demon. A platform raised before it with a bracelet on it. Ooh, should we pick it up though? Let's go for it. Kind of looks like the horror that we saw in the other room. Oh, nope, didn't like that. However, it's implied that we're gonna need this bracelet, so let's do this. Let's do the old... Yeah, made from silver, worn around the wrist or ankle. Let's do the old Indiana Jones strat and replace it with the mundane object. See if that fools it, if it's just a weighted sensor. And it looks like it is. Anything else out here? Seems good enough. Oh, almost stepped right on that panel. There we go. I just don't want to step on that if I can help it. I think that activates the dart traps, which are more annoying. Can I light this guy on fire? There we go. Edwin hardly balks at these zombies in existence. I mean, he's affected by it for sure, but he's not really that bothered. What a gangster. Well, that zombie's burning to death. Or re-death. Death again, whatever. Let's grab this codex. Oh boy. There we go. Got another rune. Lighting all these motherfuckers up. Hell yeah. Yeah, everything being so susceptible to fire damage, to torch damage is so convenient. Humanity's fallen to decadence. This is our night. Our ultimate oblivion. More jungle noises. And... oh, actually, never mind. We have lost quite a bit of sanity. These candles are actually unlit, unlike the other ones we saw previously. Slowly all dying, little by little. So Edwin senses... oh. Oh, these panels are more sneaky. I think that's a panel right there, that like, flat one. I was gonna say, he's gonna get got. Yeah, I knew it! Oh, I'm gonna get got too if I'm not careful. Just gonna set that shit off. Alright, so we have another statue. Not unlike the one we saw earlier. Flecks of silver metal. So some kind of silver jewelry to be placed there. What could this be? Can't light that shit up, but we got the archaeologist brush. Look at that. Could there be some other... yeah, endless night, some kind of eternal state of things that are dark. Yeah, if only there's another phrase for that. I don't know. Dispel magic, that's what we need. Dispel an area. Makes perfect sense to me. Closed door, sealing off some kind of passageway. Alright, simple enough then. So we have a few things here. We have a silver bracelet. We don't have any amulets. We got this guy. Oops. Okay, so that alone didn't do anything, but I bet if we could find another silver piece of jewelry, it'll do a cool thing. And again, I think if you look closely, this left piece and this right piece, I think these are both plates on the ground, like pressure plates that can start traps. So if we, I think this one might be one as well.
Now get away from me.
As Edwin talks to himself. This one I think we can't avoid. Yeah. Here we are once again. However, I mean, you can already tell what this is gonna all entail. This guy's a big boy, so I'm gonna be prepared for big boy times. We can't shoot past this thing, however. He's a green friend, so we're gonna enchant our shotgun with red murder energy. And time to dispel that shit, so we can actually fight this thing. So dispel magic, look at that. Cast, since it is he has a green spell about himself, let's use this spell magic, the alignment to defeat green, which would be fire red. Very crackly. Ouch. 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 Getting comboed. He did. As it should be. Alright, so he is dead. I'm going to... actually, yeah, I think I will finish him, actually, so I can get some sanity back. Then I'll heal myself as well. Like that finishing animation where you're like... it's almost like he's dropping it, but it's like an intended, like... bah! An intentional droppage. There's that silver necklace we saw earlier. It is ours. Took quite a bit of damage earlier. Do a quick heal. And one more for good luck. Took a few hits and of course used quite a bit of ammo. I'm gonna refill. Alright. Let's go back this way then. I can't not flip that switch. Remember this one here.
I can't. No. Don't let her get me. Oh, help me.
As Edmund continues to talk to himself. We got the silver necklace though. Resplendent with glowing gems. Oh, and once again, I should be saving more often. Oh, I guess there's monsters nearby. Light those guys up. Are these pressure plates? Don't seem to be problematic necessarily. Wish I could light these sconces up. More natural light, because it is quite dark and dank. Can I save now? It's not safe. Alright. Oh, big room. Big. This fucking dude. With a new rune. Looks like a fancy F. Yes, necklace of open door. What a cool power. Oh, one of these fucking dudes. Let's do this. He's a green boy. Let's let us green boy it up. Or red boy it up, rather. The anti-green. I think I missed. There we go. And I will go and finish them so I can get a bit of sanity back. Or, you know, maybe not at all, because now we have the ability to heal ourselves. Maybe it's okay to just have 0 sanity. Oh, I guess we have to equip it first. Because for a while there was nice to have a bit of a buffer. But now it's like, nah, I don't think the buffer is as much of an issue now, because we can heal ourselves. So let's go back to the torch. The torch is really nifty. Just for your and my sake, being able to see more gooder. Oh, I just want to save earlier. Can I save now? Now that we've killed bad guys? Yes. Look at that thumbnail. Oh, I like that. Because this game is obviously thematically dark, but it's also quite literally dark, meaning it's kind of hard to see at times. And I know what you guys see isn't quite as high fidelity as what I see. So I like to think using torches whenever I have them can be useful. We have that rune, so it lets us pass. Oh! Another upside down one. We get the upside down room effect fairly frequently, it seems. And I like it when these rooms that have like a very unique architecture to them. Because it stands out that much more and that much stranger. I mean, if nothing else, I'm able to bypass all of the pressure plates. Just kind of nice.
This isn't really happening.
He says it so matter-of-factly. Like, he's handling this pretty well, all things considered, so pretty impressive. Got that motherfucker up. Oh, sad little statue. I think these are pressure plates here. I'm just gonna let him... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say that's gonna... That he's not gonna be susceptible to them. Those things are enormous, by the way. Holy moly. So you can keep going that way. We could try going this way, but I think this is more pressure plates here. Keep going this way. I thought this was like one of those wall crushnators. There is indeed a generous amount of darkness is a accurate way to put it. I'm sure speedrunners know strats to like go fast, but I'm too scared. So I take it nice and slow. Okay, so now it's a blue boy, which means we need to go. Oh, uh-oh. I think I just got consumed. Nope, we're good. So we have a blue boy, which means we need to go with anti-blue magic, which is to say, actually I need to do this manually. Anti-blue magic would be green magic with a shooty gun. Alright, gonna come over to his side. Ah! Back! He hits me and also sucks my magic. I shut his arm off! That's metal. Lost a bit of health. There we go. Can't really see a lot of instances where we would necessarily need to have, you know, 7 shots to kill something, but it's nice to be prepared. So what dis? Panel. Okay, don't press that yet. So there's something in the middle here that we care about. There's a thing here. Maybe it's hiding something. I bet it is. Dirt encrusted necklace. Well, it's not quite as fancy as the bronze and silver stuff we've seen, but I'll go and grab it. And then we have this. So, spell magic. If this magic is red, it has the powers of Chaturga. Then let's use the anti-red magic, which is to say, the blue shit. Because there's 3 things protecting that wall. That's the implication, at least. So we dispelled one of them. So in that case, then, yeah, we got this panel to press, rather. Recessed slightly. Let's go do that shit. What did it do? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, the voices are cool. It's a very brief pressing. Yeah, with Uliov's magic, his voice is kind of hard to understand. I guess it's easier to hear than Chaturga's, though, which sounds extra guttural. Go back to the torch. To light our path. Whoa, I hit the frickin'... Ah! Oh, I took my head off! Oh, shit! Well, that's embarrassing. That's okay, we can keep going. Oh, never mind. Took 1 hit, we lost our goddamn head, man. Rude. Yeah, so those are impossible to avoid, but the darts we can avoid. Oh, please smack the shit out of this dude. Just fucking ouch! At least I didn't lose my head this time. Is he gonna avoid all the darts? God damn it, he did. What a cheater. Yeah, more animalistic. That's a good way to put it. Like a beast. Which makes sense given what he is. What he represents. Stuff knocked over. Can't avoid this one. Oh, that's not good. It's gonna give us the suck. The not good suck. Which is to say it's poison gas, so we gotta run fast. And try to avoid the extra traps if we can help it. Hello. So I could use... I feel like I've been using the shotgun a lot. Let's go with... I'm gonna go over here. Oh god, we have a lot of these guys. The problem is these guys move very fast. So if I wanted to charge my weapon, I might not have time. Yeah, we might just have to use melee weapons to fight these guys. Or more shotgun, but again, we don't have a ton of ammo. Alright, so if they're probably gonna get back up. Let's go in here real quick. Oh, really? I don't know if I've heard that. If I know which one that would be off the top of my head. This guy's already getting up. Let's see if we can enchant with blue. To defeat the red zombie friends. There we go. So we need to dispel. Let's dispel with red then. To get past the green shit. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, D, man. That's actually why I'm going out of my way to use more ranged weapons, because usually I just lean on melee all the time. Which means I never get to enjoy the ranged weapons. Because they are satisfying to use, even though they're, you know, not always useful, or not always necessary. So we'll press the panel, but again, I don't know what it does, necessarily. Like, I just can't remember. So once again, we have friends. Here, we can light this guy on fire. Actually, I'm gonna still got this thing powered up. Actually, hold on. Was there something in here? No. Just a little alcove. Whoa. I don't think I pressed the... Maybe I pressed the button I didn't mean to. Or maybe that was a sanity effect. My guy shot when he didn't necessarily need to. Oh, gold this time. Okay. An adornment used to be there. That's right. So last time it was... The first time it was bronze. Last time it was silver. Now it is gold. Ooh, a chest hit is much more... is much better for stopping power on these lads, it seems. Yeah, so not going for headshots for these guys. Going for a torso shot. Wall plates reset the... Oh, that would explain it, D-Man. I think you're right. Let's go ahead and... dispel. 3-point. It's blue magic, so let's use that green shit. And kapow. There we go. That's the last one. How much pistol ammo do I have? Because again, I'm trying not to go too ham. Oh, we got a bit left. Oh, there's my volume. It's okay, I didn't want game volume anyway. Oh, just kidding. Sanity effect. Small basin situated beneath the statue. An orb-shaped button. Push the button? Sure. So, not water, it's a strong acid. Dissolving metal or flesh. Well, is there anything we want to dissolve? Yes, actually there is. Cysts of corroded metal upon its surface. Maybe it could be cleaned. Yes, maybe it could. Push the button again. Get the good shit. Yeah, it's usually pretty easy. If someone's newer to the game and they're kind of getting their sea legs, it's understandable. If you're a seasoned pro gamer, it's not too bad. Look at that. Cleaned it beautifully. Not sure it'd be that easy and simple of a process, but I'm not complaining. Push the button. Oh, okay, there's a floor panel. Yeah, sometimes, like, even still, those right there, I look pretty carefully. In fact, let's go back into torch mode. Some of them, yeah, like in this case. Can't dodge that one. Ooh. I think I can wait it out. The darts. The dorts. So this right here. A hole in the wall, large enough for a small dog, you say? Well, you say that. I don't think we have everything that we need for this next thing. Summon, yes, we need the rune for summon. And also the spell for that matter, too. I guess you don't need the spell parchment, but it's nice to have, as we say. Still a few rooms we've yet to experience. And also, we just now got the golden amulet, which we'll be able to try on the statue. Another one of these sequences.
Help me, Grandpa. I can't take this anymore.
Don't be so weak, Alex. You have a stronger mind than this. I didn't bring up a weakling. Not a scared wretch of a girl.
You kept all this from me. You kept me alone. You shared nothing with me.
I couldn't. I could never give you the burden. I just wanted you to grow up. To grow up and leave me alone. Why couldn't you have been killed with your parents?
Jeez.
This can't be happening.
Now, is that really the spirit of her grandfather, or something more malevolent? Guess we'll have to find out. So look at this thing. Who's this lad? As he just kind of side-eyes us. Granite statue, a ceremonial temple guard. We've seen these before, keeping watch in the seated goddess in the corner. There she is. Classical pose, carrying something valuable, but her hands are over it, so we can't get whatever it has. Press the thing, need to reset the traps. And there's this thing. I always loved how the camera does this. I always thought this was so cool. It's got his eye on us. Now, is there something we can place? Not yet. So he turns his gaze back to the goddess. Oh, I guess if we're quick enough, okay, we can just grab it. I was thinking I was thinking we had to utilize something else to keep that thing placed. So you just gotta go fast for the gold bracelet. That's not too bad. At that point, then we just gotta get back to the other statue. And is this jabroni? Well, bam. Oh boy, so many panels. Oh, it's not shift left and right. And I think this is where we, like, originally came from. Yes, but this is not, but that takes us... where was the statue? I think the statue was further this way. Okay. Was in this room? Maybe it was one floor up. Looking for the next statue with the gold flecks upon her neck and wrist areas. There's the gas, which we do not like. Don't like that. Yeah, that's not there. Of course, we can heal ourselves, so I'm not too worried, but still, it's gonna be fast. Gonna be snappy. Quick little self-heals. And having healing magic is so nice now, holy moly. Press the thing to reset those traps we just came through. If we don't happen upon the statue within the next lap or so... Oh. I think that there's a sanity effect that causes our character to attack with no button press, because I didn't mean to attack just then. But there's no way for you, the viewer, to know that I didn't mean to do so. Anyway, we found the statue. Put the stuff. I hope you feel pretty, lady. There you go. Ooh, a new passage. I'm just gonna... Actually, no, I'll continue with the torch, but... We'll have our gat ready to roll. And we can hear monsters as we're descending deeper. And a sneak peek of what's to come. So we got lots of red friends. So blue magic will be what we shall be doing. Let's do a quick enchantment with blue. Becky, here's some blue. Becky, let me smash. I don't know if it was all red demons. We know that torso shots are the good shit. And not head hits, which kind of makes sense, because, like, the head, you can chop off the head, they're not going to give a shit. The torso hurts a little bit more. The torso hurts a little bit more, so let's do a quick... Actually, I'm gonna be so fast. I'm gonna go back, actually. Back up a bit. And now enchant the shoot guns. Same magicifications. He's gonna do the floor stomp. We're gonna dodge that shit because we're fucking gamers. Look at that. Blasted his ass. Are you guys still alive, or did you guys die like good little zombie friends? I think they actually did die. See, I think enchanted weapons makes the red lads less likely to become... to regenerate. As they will regenerate otherwise. Let's equip this. So knowing that there's the sanity effect that causes us to attack when we don't mean to, I'm going to probably not often have guns out, suns out, guns out. Although, you know, I say that, I think I will. Never mind, I think I actually will. Walk around with gun out, maybe. Do we have upside down floor again? Upside down room? This looks upside down. Oh, no, it's normal. It's normal. It just looked off for a second. I blasted his face, not his ass. I mean, I talk out of both from time to time, so I get them confused. It's gonna be the... Yeah, this one. I don't think that one's an instant kill, but it does do quite a bit of damage. Oop. Yeah, that one's pretty easy to hit. Pretty hard to avoid, rather. Whoop. Okay, this one is definitely upside down room because, for one thing, the loading time was a little bit longer. That's kind of a giveaway. And also the foliage. And I'm unable to see past. We can see the fire on the ceiling. That's kind of cool. There's the painting, or the mural of the fertility god on the wall. It's definitely weird seeing this room upside down. Agreed. Uh-oh. Oh, I got interrupted, that's why. What if I can one-shot these guys with the torso hit? I think we did that earlier, actually. Oh, there's like a penetration, I think. That's good to know. I realized there was a penetration mechanic with enchanted weapons. It kind of makes sense, though. An eroded mural. Strange godlike entity, that's right. We don't recognize the god in the mural. I am mystified, he thinks. Well, yeah, I guess when I say instant kill, I mean instantly drop them down. But yeah, not like actually, like, delete them from existence. Because you're right, they get knocked down, but they'll get up again. You ain't ever going to keep them down. So yeah, we actually haven't seen this mural before. We've seen other murals. I guess the implication here is that this is when Mantarok first appeared. From the stars. From a comet, maybe. Saying that he's some kind of elder beast. That guy hasn't gotten up. He's just chilling. Penetration. Oh my. I always like this fire coming out of the skull. Oh, that looks so cool. That's the one for summon creature, I think. Or for summon, rather. I think we came from this entryway here. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out soon. Let's double check the map. Actually, I'm not so sure. Okay, sounds good, 8-Bit Llama. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Have a good rest of your evening. Yes, we got the creature rune. The creature feature. I think this is the wrong way. Oh!
This isn't really happening.
He just golden-eyed us. Ba-da-ba. Or not just GoldenEye specifically, but James Bonded us. I feel very James Bond right now. It's all dark and spooky. The light of my pistol kind of lights the way, kind of, sort of. Still stepped on that thing, though, and I didn't mean to. And of course, this reloading, that did use up a bullet. Oh, shit. Oh, it's blue. What are you doing? Oh, they explode, don't they? Yeah, they pop. I wonder if you can get, like... I'm gonna kite them for a bit so I can get more enchantment. Or just a different kind of enchantment. Wonder if you can get... like... sanity visioned to death, because you lose a little bit of health if you get sanity vision with no health, or with no sanity. What if you can get deaded by too little sanity? More guys wounded. Yeah, stand close together like that. Makes my job so much easier. Yeah! Got his ass. Alright, so let's do a quick heal. You can see our guys struggling. One more. Because they're staying down. Dilapidated mural. The camera people, that's right. Coexisting with a fertility god, yes. The implication that it's Mantarok. They offer sacrifices and are showered with benevolence, good crops, and good hunting. Oh wait, maybe there's... wait, hold on. So the fertility... so I see the tentacles, but I don't see Mantarok. I instead see, like, a lady with boobs. So maybe the implication... oh wait, no, here's Mantarok. Well, no, yeah, same. There's a lady with boobs there as well. I know, it's shocking, right, that women have boobs? Crazy, right? But anyway, yes, I guess the implication is that they would depict Mantarok in, you know, more flattering forms, because, I don't know, when I see gaping holes and tentacles and teeth where they shouldn't be, I don't think fertility and, like, you know, and fornication, I think of fucking nightmares, so maybe they felt like, alright, we need to depict Mantarok in more sexy ways. Yeah, Mantarok, yeah, time hasn't been as kind to him, you would say. Oh, I'm sinking into the floor. Oh, Jesus. The floor is quicksand. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. Nope, my little hat.
Really happening.
My little hat was like a shark fin in the ocean. Oh. Oh, I still stepped on it. God damn it. I overcommitted. It's okay that we're pro gamers. We know how to deal with that. How to navigate this shit. Alright, I think... oh, wait, no. Oh, this is where Ilya fell down. Yeah, and her sword broke. And there was the homie that we helped out who repaired our weapon, but in this playthrough, we accidentally killed him. We poisoned him, but we got him to repair our shit just before he died. How could I forget? I remember like it was 2 days ago, not yesterday. Alright, so we're gonna need red magic for these fools. And red magic they shall get. Occurs to me. Try and go for the lining him up strat. And there we go. That is so satisfying to pull off. I don't have a ton of pistol ammo though. I should probably, like, when I get down to the last clip, I'll probably just go for melee more often. Now, I will need to get that one dude. God. There we go. So I can get his rune. Yeah, sadly I'll probably have to stick with melee for a bit, because I don't know if we can actually get more melee ammo, more pistol ammo. Because we're in this temple, it's not like we're in a place where you're more likely to find more gun ammo. Like, you're not just gonna find bullets usually lying around in a temple. Damaged engraving. The skeletal demon befriending the Kamer people. Looks a lot like Paul Augustine's undisguised self. You're correct. That's right. The people are befriending him, if you want to call it friending. But yes, we know that at some point he does gain their favor. We could go back. Yeah, because so we have what is necessary to cast summon creature technically, even though we don't have the scroll for it, so we could. But I feel implored to more or less play it as if I were a fresh little baby with this game. Even though I'm actually a professional baby. Nothing in this room. So we're gonna be relying on melee for a bit, most likely. It's probably gonna be darts. Actually, that didn't do anything at all. Oh, that activated darts behind us, I think. Okay, there we go. Okay. As long as we don't get any more poison gas, because that's the most annoying one. Right, so, oh, there it is. There's the Summon Trapper Scroll. So there it is if we wanted to see the actual full details on how you would cast it. Oh, like the little tiny blue friend. It's a lot of blue boys. Blue Man group got weird in their later years. All right, so we will need to enchant with green, with leaf magic to defeat water. A lot of these lads. Just gonna behead all of them. And smack the shit out of them. Uh-oh, he's gonna explode. I'm just gonna let him pop. Because I think, yeah, when they burst, they do hurt their buddies. And, oh! Game restart. No, I'm just kidding. It was a sanity effect. It was a good one though, because I was like, oh, wait a second. I don't think for a game to crash or blue screen, but for it to just restart on you like that, it's like, oh shit. We've seen a lot of good ones with Edwin Lindsay's chapter. Oh, hold on. Frighteningly familiar. There's a scene like one that we saw in the tome. The fertility goddess Mantarok, and this temple is its tomb. And we see very explicitly the scene of Pius confronting Mantarok. And his multiple eyes and tentacles and happy, happy things. Uncharted. Oh, you're right, Irasi. Yeah, I guess Edwin Lindsay's character is kind of what's the character's name? Nathan Drake, kind of reminiscent of him. It's a series I think I would enjoy. Oh, right, yeah, so D-Man was saying if we go back up. Yeah, you know what? D-Man's right. I'm gonna go up now, actually. Because I think if we keep going that way, then we'll be committed, more or less, to... I don't know if it's a broken bridge, necessarily, but we'll be committed to the main stuff. So yes, I will go back to the other thing that we saw earlier. Like D-Man said. But yeah, to your point though, Irasi, yeah, it's a series I think I would enjoy. I do have a PS3, not a PS4, although I'll probably get one secondhand eventually anyway. So yeah, it's a series I would say that is very much on my radar. And I've heard a lot of good things, so I think I would enjoy it. Indiana Jones vibes for sure. Kind of like a more modern day Indiana Jones-like story. Look at this guy just not bothering to move. Thought I heard more floppy, sloppy zombie noises, but nope, I see nothing. Oh, wait, that was the noise of the blood dripping from the floor, from the ceiling. Yeah, because I know there's I think there's like a PS4 remastered collection of the Uncharted games that is available on PS4, obviously. So, keep going. Yeah, it's a dead end. So that would probably what I would go for. I wanted to get all caught up on the series. So easily dispatched by... Oh yeah, you mean by Pius. I mean, I guess the implication there is that Pius is pretty powerful because he's been empowered by Xelatoth and whatnot, so like... Or maybe the fact that he is technically immortal, kinda, or was at one point. Maybe that... Actually, yeah, let's go for the torch. Oh, and I haven't saved in a minute. Oh, I can't save. Maybe because he is, like, partly mortal, he's able to, like... There's parts of him that are able to slip past Mantarok's power or something. I mean, I don't know. They show Mantarok very easily devouring other mortals. So... Yeah, I mean, yeah, for the sake of the game and the story, it makes sense. But yeah, it is a little bit... Maybe a little bit odd. Can I save now? No, I cannot save. It is not safe. Is it because I don't know if... Maybe it's because I'm out of sanity? Yep, that's not it either. Okay, well, whatever. Whoop, still hit the thing. That's okay. And of course, the camera isn't showing a whole lot in front of you. You want to make sure you walk fairly... Whoa. With a random attack, walking fairly slowly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because you would think that since the ancient, the chosen ancient, you know, that is depicted in the cutscenes and whatnot. In this case, it's Xelatoth. They go out of their way to mention, don't dismiss Mantarok's power because he's still significant. He still poses a threat. The ancients wouldn't be saying that if they didn't believe it. So yeah, it does seem kind of silly that Mantarok is both a threat and is also so easily dispatched by Pius. Ouch. So yes, I'm 100% agreement. It is odd. Now here we go. Here is where we can actually do some cool shit. Also, I smashed my cool logo by mistake. Here's where we can do some cool stuff. So let's do this. We have Summon Trapper. I don't think it really matters which one we go for. We'll just go for red. We have a bit of sanity loss. Hopefully it'll be enough. You need to make sure you have some sanity when you go to use the trapper, because you'll lose sanity over time as you're controlling a trapper. You can trap things if you want to, but it will kill them instantly. They cannot open doors, nor can they pick up items. We do control them. Can I trap this away? No, I cannot. I can step on this, though. That's about that. So I don't think I can trap these guys away. I know that I want to, necessarily. I can, like, try to target them from afar. I'm thinking about this. Here we go. Examine. Let's try it. That doesn't get rid of the cobwebs there. And now we have the Mantarok runes. That's an optional rune. But it is useful. Because I think the way it works is that it's... You can now, instead of having to juggle, oh, I need to use green magic for this, red magic for this, I think Mantarok's magic is, I think, equally effective across the board. Oh, that's how you get through. Okay. He just breaks down the wall. So now we actually get to... Let's go ahead and use this out. Try this out, actually. So, enchant item. I like how Mantarok's magic doesn't even glow purple. It's like, it's just... Oh, maybe it's because we don't have the codex for it, actually. Yeah, it's not identified. Interesting, yeah, so maybe... Oh, well, I know where it's going to be, though. I wonder if we can still enchant with it, though. See if it'll work. So it does work, we just don't quite know what we've enchanted it with. Ouch. 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 That worked. It's gonna be more where that came from. Finish it. Got the PS4 remasters. Yeah, that tracks with what I've heard. That's a pretty good way to experience the games. Whenever they do that stomp, that means you're gonna do a magic attack. That's where you want to get some distance. Similar theme. Yeah, more puzzle, less horror, but still like the ambience of like the areas being similar. Makes sense. Panel insert, circular in shape, that's right. Alright, so now we got this guy. Let's brush that shit away. Oh, Inner Demon, what's up, dude? And the Nut Tab. Good to see you, bud. Got ourselves the Codex. Now that shows us a little bit more deets about Mantarok's magic. And in fact, if we recover with Mantarok's magic... It uses a lot more magic. We get health and sanity back, which is kind of cool, although I don't like recovering sanity, so I will stick with just the quick heal. But I think what I will do, however... enchant, 3-point magic with Mantarok's magic. Oh, hold on, what am I trying to do? It would be spell list... Assign, there we go. 3-point with Mantarok. That one, top. I think that works. Oh, and I should save. There we go. It's always tricky, because sometimes I can save, sometimes I can't. There we go. Very good. Cool. So, how much ammo? Yeah, so we have 9 extra shells. I don't know, like, how much we have for other, like, big scary monsters, for the time being, at least. So, I guess we'll go back to the sword for a bit. Actually, what I should do is keep the torch out. So it's lit, fam. Wait, sorry, we got, yeah, the shotgun. It's pretty nice when it's further enchanted. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're playing, this is a game that means a lot to me. It's my favorite horror game ever. And this is kind of a playthrough to celebrate a video on YouTube that I made almost exactly 10 years ago that showed, at the time, what I thought to be all the sanity effects in the game. It was actually just most of them, but still, it was a video I worked very hard on. Also hard on. Worked very hard on the video, and it, back in end of November, crossed over into 1 million views. So this is a casual playthrough of the game to kind of celebrate kind of a fun 10-year, whoopsie daisy, 1 million view milestone, which is just for funsies. What's up, Timmy? Got the shoot guns. That's right. Let's light these guys on fire. Oh, they're not real. Look at this. So they can hit me, but I take no damage. Oh, that time I took damage. Yeah, they like dissipate in one hit. 600 bit. Whoa! More than there are people on the planet. And this is where we place this, and I think that was... Yeah, here we go. Here's the passage leading down. Leading downwards. Thought it was a Thursday. Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, Rossi. I don't usually stream on Wednesdays, but we did switch around a couple things for this week only. As usually, yeah, usually it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. This week it's Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I will be streaming tomorrow as well. The entire Shire, that's right. All 1 million Shire members, as we see in the movies. All 1 million hobbits. Oh, we get this one upside down again. We've had this room, or a room similar to it, get upside down. From a similar sanity effect. Can I just... Let's see, is there a way back up? I just have to wait for it to go away. Sometimes there's a climb up option. But not this time. The old upside down room strat. Oldest trick in the book.
This isn't really happening.
There we go. Now we're good. The viewing army, that's right. Yeah, I know in the Lord of the Rings movies, the Shire is implied that it's not like a very, very large village of sorts. Not like there's I mean, there's, you know, not like a hugely densely populated area. So it would take that group a bit. The group in the movies. Alright, so I think we just keep following this path. We will arrive at our destination. It'll be very obvious once we draw near. We move ever so closely, though, or carefully, rather, for these floor panels. Gets up ahead. Oops. An attack that... Whoa, shit! I just kind of walked into that, didn't I? An attack that was not meant to happen. A stable population devoid of... Yeah, that's a very valid question. Off-road devil. Don't you worry about accidental inbreeding. Let me worry about blank. Yeah, when there's a population that small. Because I don't know if there's like a lot of other hobbits that travel to other areas and other shires. So yeah, that is a thing to consider. Yeah, when there's the long ones that are impossible to avoid, those are usually the ones that activate the swords, and or the pressure plates, or the crusher plates, the Wesley crusher plates. Horizon Zero Dawn, yeah, because that was announced recently actually, and it looked really sick. I want to pick up the PC version of that. I know when it first launched, the PC version had some issues, but it sounds like it has been patched at least a bit. And here we are. The man of the hour, or the fertility god of the hour. I like how as the cracks in the floor give way, there's even more of Mantarok's being than what was initially hinted. So we know that he takes up the entire room, but Homeboy is still going strong. Got the pre-order D-Man? That'll be exciting, dude.
Is not easily controlled.
What makes you think I want to control it?
Arrogant man. Kill him! Make sure you succeed this time.
Oh, hell yeah. Homeboy's on our side, I think.
The darkness shall prevail.
Yeah, you better run away. Punk ass bitch. Now, I don't know if Mantarok's on our side or if we just have a common enemy, but that works. Risks of bugs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I usually play the wait and see strat if I can help it. The corpse god Mantarok. There he is. Next to the area that... Oh, really, Irossi? That's cool. Birmingham, that's awesome. Some hills in Worcestershire, or, I'm probably gonna mispronounce this Irossi, but yes, Worcestershire. The creation of oh, really? Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting you to say Mordor. That's fascinating. Yeah, we'll win, I promise. I'm not running away with my tail tucked between my legs. Like a yeah, I've heard about that as well. I mean, Persona 5 came out and it was great, but you know that embargoes can be tricky to navigate sometimes. So yes, this lad defies human description. Massive, amorphous. Doesn't capture the gross nature of the beast, not the specifics at least. His form is without design or true function. He stirs as we near, awakened by his presence. With every breath, the creature's many mouths sigh and cough, sputtering in its torturous death throes. Because yes, this thing has been wounded grievously by Pius, the skeletal lad that we saw in a previous cutscene, where he dropped these pillars onto him as a way of weakening him. But I mean, he's been going for, at this point, hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, and he's still not dying, so he doesn't seem too bothered. And again, the cracks of the walkway are giving way, and more of him is being revealed. Warframe update at least. Just gonna hold off. Yeah, wait for patches, wait for hot fixes. Yeah. As for me, at least, I have enough games in my backlog. Like, I'm in no rush. I can wait it out for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't want to say things that can hurt Mantarok's feelings. I mean, the corpse god, sure, but he can still have feelings. Anything else over here? The statue just completely broken away. Let's go through the doorway then, see what else there is. Yeah, wait for the hot fixes, understandable. Yeah, elder gods can have feelings too, you know. And what's that on the statue?
Do not touch the heart, flesh and bone, lest you become like me, a dead, rotted husk.
It's Ilya from the first chapter.
Centuries for you. It was not easy hiding from the Dark Ones as they searched for me. At first they passed by, not thinking that the heart was inside my dead body. But I was forced to find refuge here. You must seal the heart so it never contacts your flesh, and take it to the gathering of light. Take the heart there, or the world shall fall under a reign of eternal darkness.
Name drop.
The veil of reality can only be pulled back so far, mortal. Take your stand and fight the darkness.
So making it sound like Mantarok's essence will be the key, or a key, to fighting these things, these ancients. There's a younger Edward Roivas. How about that? Well, the old fake book passage thing. Demon and the Kamer. By Edwin Lindsay. That's cool. I never noticed that little detail. Yeah, the old false book storage area. Fire Emblem 3 Houses, nice. I understand that game has many playthroughs worth of content in it. Alright, so that was Edwin Lindsay's chapter. And we got that, and we saw that, yes, there was like a little hidden breakaway passage where it looks like Mantarok's heart might be placed. And of course we have the spells that he discovered in his chapter. It's pretty nifty. So let's venture out to see what else there is. Yeah, I like to think that there were conversations that took place in between the actions that we saw, but yeah, maybe just no words were exchanged. Because Ilya said, you know, come to the Gathering of Light, and they showed the Roivas mansion kind of entrance there. So I think the implication is that he didn't know who Edward Roivas was, but Ilya's description was enough And then he was like, all right. And he probably knocked on the door, was like, hey man, I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am. But I've got this thing and I was told to give this to you. And I'm scared of this thing because it's a fucking demon heart monstrosity that was attached at one point to a book, flying book, to an elder god. So I'm just gonna give this to you because I'm too afraid to deal with this myself. Yeah, the books are just flying around. Partly, of course, due to the sanity effects that we're having. As you can see, our sanity is quite low. Budget Lara Croft. Yeah, well, I mean, she's not really... Ooh, more books flying around. Yeah, she's not really as, like, acrobatic and... Yeah, not as acrobatic as Lara Croft and all that other stuff. She's more chill. Just a normal person, a filthy normie version of Lara Croft. And she mutters to herself when she goes a little bit insane. So it's a pulp novel by, oh, he's a doctor, Edwin Lindsay. This is where the Tome of Eternal Darkness indicated that something of value was hidden behind the book. What's behind it? There it is indeed. The essence of Mantarok himself. A secret cache. Encased in glass to protect the world from its corrosive energies. Should we claim it? No. Of course I will. Alright, so now we have this thing. Pulses with unholy life. The corpse god festers elsewhere, but the power resides inside of this artifact. I use it. Cannot use it right now, though. I do like the flying books. It's a pretty relatively harmless effect. Yeah, can you even choose? Yeah, I think the implication there is that you could choose not to pick it up, but it's like, in order for things to happen, you eventually got to do something with it. Let's see, is there anything else in the meantime, in the meme time? Let's see, we cleared out the pantry. I keep wanting to check the fireplace, and it's either this room or the other room. I always get them confused. Keep wanting to check the fireplace area. Next to the piano. That's a weird noise. Oh!
The darkness is coming.
Oh, I like that one. So that's another scripted. I think it's fairly scripted. I think. Alright. Confession time to you, viewer. I couldn't remember when that effect happened. So that's why I've been checking these rooms. Because I couldn't remember if it was this room or the other room. And I also couldn't remember when it happened. So that's the real secret reason why I keep checking these rooms after each one. Yeah, let's just sell the... Oh, that's not 1,000. I thought it was like 1,000 monies. It's like, yes, let me sell this priceless artifact. It has Mega Satan's power. We have Dispel Magic now. So that's probably it. Yes, we need to go to the top floor, I think. Is there anything else in the meantime? I think this would be the only thing to check, really. Oh, I should save. Save early, save often. Perfect. There's still this thing. We don't have the tools to dispose of this yet, or to deal with this yet, but it is there. And there's this thing. Stained glass window showing a maiden holding a parchment of some kind. It's a glowing field of energy. However, we have dispel magic now. And if the magic field is green, if we're going by Pokemon rules, that means we need to use anti-green magic or anti-leaf magic. So, dispel magic, anti-leaf. Let's go with... Actually, we probably could just go with Mantarok. Yeah, you know, let's try Mantarok. See if it works for everything. That did it. Yeah. So the whole fucking painting is gone, and now... Piece of parchment floating. There's a chapter page, of course. Titled Heresy. Cutscene time, baby. We haven't seen this area yet. Understandably, they're a little bit perturbed.
I am not your food today. I am your master. Your task is to guard the artifact before you. Let no one touch it.
So that's the one that Xelatoth would be weak to. Alright. And of course we can explore this balcony. It's presumably to be outdoors. Also, I mean, you've just got this open air space in the second floor of the mansion now, so it's like it's gonna be a problem in the winter. It's gonna get cold in there. Oh, another mild sanity effect issue. We got a leaky ceiling. We have a leaky ceiling with blood coming through, as well as again this issue of the open air second floor. And these things would be a bit of a problem sometimes. Well, anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that. We have our chapter page. Let's go back and read it. Let's go ahead and save again. Okay. As Alex mutters to herself. Almost like having visions of watching blood leak down from the ceiling might be a sign that something is amiss. So we'll go ahead and read this chapter, and I think this will be probably the last chapter of the night, just because it is getting a little bit on the late side. Whoop, more books. Books and leaky ceilings. It's gonna stain the hardwood floor, man. This is a nice floor. This is not getting on the chairs. Oh, I spoke too soon. It really is. Like it stands out that much more, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm with D-Man. I remember this chapter, and I remember it well. It's a chapter I like. As we keep getting these visions, not these visions per se, but we keep getting hints about a cathedral, a Gothic cathedral that we have yet to see. And maybe now's the time when we'll get to experience it ourselves. So let's save and then begin the chapter anew. Check out the essence, by the way. Titled Heresy! Exclamation point. Last one of the night. Let's see what we got.
During the time of the Inquisition, paranoia and corruption ran deep. With the fear of devilry running rampant, the ancients' corruption extended far beyond mortal knowledge, corrupting all that could be corrupted. My researches uncovered an interesting incident. A Franciscan monk named Paul Luther was traveling through the region of Amiens during the witch hunts of the Inquisition. Now, under martial law, the Inquisition prevented anyone from leaving the town and its nearby cathedral, for everyone was suspect.
Oh, never mind. This is a continuation of the cathedral we saw with Anthony's chapter.
Welcome to Oubliette Cathedral, Brother Luther. I'm glad that our sacred order can bestow hospitality on our Franciscan brethren.
I shall not impose, Excellency. I merely request lodging and a viewing of the sacred relic, the Hand of Jude.
Many have traveled far and even risked their lives for a glimpse of the hallowed relic's true splendor. Of course, it would be wise to keep quiet during your stay. The Inquisition is here for a reason, brother. We seek to purge the deviancy from this town.
I am sure that will not be a problem. Amiens appears to be a peaceful hamlet.
It appears to be, but deviancy is secreted in the most deceptive places, which I believe is the case with Amiens.
Then I wish you luck in your search.
The Inquisition does not need luck, Brother Luther. Faith and purity are our guides.
Got a good feeling about this guy. The hunched look about him, the gray, ashen, zombie-like skin, a slight air of menace, for the sake of purity and piety, as he describes it. I'm sure he's not going to try to be a villain or anything. Yeah, if he's part of the Inquisition, then yeah, that Inquisition, that one. Yeah, that'll be even later, Demon. No, I was thinking like, oh, we haven't seen the cathedral. Then it's like, oh right, no, we've seen a part of the cathedral with Anthony's chapter. Yeah, definitely a good lad. Can we just leave? It'd be inappropriate to leave so soon. The kindness of his... Oh, Excellency Philippe Augustine. So, the previous chapter, the evil guy was named Paul Augustine. And, let's see, Pius Augustus was the original guy. I wonder if there's a... Nah, there's definitely not a common thread about all these names. Nope, no way in heck. Let's poke around a little bit. What does our monk friend have? He has a meditation rod for restoring sanity, but we don't... I'd like to not have sanity, so I'm probably not going to use this very often, if at all. It's cool, though. Only we could wield it as a weapon. Smack this door. Oh, never mind, it's locked. Luis Illuminados? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, one of those things from RE4. Yeah, maybe it's going to have a giant centipede parasite inside him that'll fucking devour our heads. Being sane, yeah. It's kind of time for that kind of shit. Being sane sounds lame. I mean, that's where the fun stuff in this game happens, is when you lose one sanity. Unsettling demeanor? Yeah, nothing to worry about there. It's dark in here. But it's stormy. This is going to be the Midwest, I think, later tonight. I think it's supposed to get more rainy later in the evenings. Gothic, like old school Gothic cathedrals in video games, man. It is always like rife for cool but spooky times. And this one is no different. Hey, what's up, Fade Gold? Good to see you. Lack of pupils. You mean in his eyes? Yeah, he had like the gray kind of pupilless eyes. I'm sure it's nothing to be worried about though. It's a very impressive looking cathedral area as far as I can tell. There's no one else here though. It's like we're all by ourselves. Check this side as well. I mean, there's musicking, chorusing in the background. Is there any description? Nope, just exit. Okay. Let's keep looking this way then. It's a dead end. Guess we're going up and up and up. Those with living eyes, that's right. Well, I'm sure that guy is definitely a normal human and not a demon or a zombie in disguise. Definitely nothing to be worried about there. It's the bell tower then. Ring the church bell. Usually that'd be the custodian's task. Maybe he'll be along later to ring it at the right time. Is that the only thing of note? It sure is. Okay, down we go. Alright, so in that case, the only other side area is a locked door, so that does us no good. So in that case, we will instead explore the main part of the cathedral. I'm going to inspect these like tapestries on the walls. They're all very fancy looking. So again, there's no people here. What's this? Oh shit.
For the love of God! God! Help! Come quickly!
Got the burst chest cavity, got the hand like all like weird and claw-like. Here's our friend again.
A murder! A murder most foul! What heresy is this?
I found him lying here, dead. I called the guards.
Is this our first suspect? Make sure no one touches the body. It must be examined for signs of devilry. As for this man, make sure he doesn't leave the cathedral. We will question him later.
What?
Hold your tongue, Franciscan, or it might bring my wrath upon thee. Who is to say that you did not commit this murder? If you trust in the Almighty, and you are indeed innocent, then you will have nothing to fear.
Like we've heard that line before, in various shapes and forms. Well, we could have told Paul. Yeah. I feel like we have that with a number of characters where it's like, dude, you could just leave at the beginning, but they always say like, oh, but something draws me back. Something brings me back to this room. I can't, or to this area, like to the mansion or something. I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me, implores me not to leave. Yeah, more of the Los Eliminados, that's right. So monk staring judgmentally. Those grim, staring eyes, sparking doubt and suspicion, perhaps. Or is this the face of a holy man? I don't know. Kinda sus, NGL. Fragment of written verse in Latin. References to diabolical entities, very nice. How man is dominated by them if he strays from the rights of protection. What's this? Now that rod that he holds is not too dissimilar from the meditation rod that Paul has on his person. An emerald disguised as part of the painting glints in the candlelight. If it has more value than just a precious gem, let's retrieve that shit. Obama chuckles, you mean the Chaos Emeralds. I've got one right here.
Are you here to pass sentence on me?
No, I'm here to free you. You are in incredible
This guy's a bro.
danger. This cathedral used to be a place of peace. Now many strange things happen here. I don't want you to end up like the others.
What do you mean?
The body you found was Brother Andrew, and he was killed to protect a secret. We can't talk about it here. Find me in the bell tower later, and I shall aid thee further.
Why are you releasing me?
I don't want to see another innocent die like your Franciscan brethren. I have seen Brother Andrew make numerous entries into his journal. This may contain the answers to the cathedral's dark secrets.
What can I do?
If I were you, I'd run.
They will surely hunt me if I run. This has to stop.
Then be it on your own head, Luther. Find Brother Andrew's journals if you can. He spent time in the old tower investigating. I believe I can find the key to the old tower in one of my stores. Later, come find me in the bell tower, and I will give it to you. Be swift. We can't evade them forever.
Oh, you're in it now. You're in it now, Paul. All right. That tone, that noise means that things have shifted. Nothing else here to speak of. Let us exit. Oh, but not before. But not before another one of these. Now, it's worth noting that we were in here last time with Dr. Edwin Lindsay. However, he did not die. So as a result, even though he held and utilized the Tome of Eternal Darkness, there was not a statue for him. There's just the one for Anthony. Here's the one for Karim. Maximilian's over there. 3 statues or placements have yet to be made, but yes, Edwin Lindsay's is not one of them. So utilizing the Tome of Eternal Darkness is not a death sentence. So what will happen with Paul? I guess let's find out together, my friends. Find out together. And of course we got that flashback, so we got the summary of everything that's happened thus far. and all the knowledge of casting, of using magic. So we have Summon Trapper, Dispel Magic, all these things as well. We don't have any weapons ourselves, though, so... I mean, hopefully we won't need to worry about using weapons, but... I don't know. If this chapter is like any of the others, I'm sure things will get weird. Yeah, it's a noisy pedestal, the way it screams at us. So the corpse we saw earlier, I wonder if we can re-investigate, or re-examine, rather, that corpse. It was right around here, I think. I think you saw on the left. Or maybe the body was moved. They were saying no one touched the body. It needs to be inspected for devilry. But, yeah, okay, I guess we actually don't get to examine the corpse ourselves. At least, not yet. Also, I like how... I think that's the janitor, the bell keeper, who is like, we can't talk about the stuff here. Meet me in the bell tower. It's like, I don't know, man, that place seemed pretty well isolated, but maybe they were like, well... Maybe since they placed Paul there, maybe there was still... Oh, right. Oh, yes, he gets winded easily. Poor Paul is not in the best of shape, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe it's like them placing him there, of all places, was by design and would mean that he would be easily observed from that point. Kareem. Yeah, Kareem was awesome. That guy's got such a cool chapter. Although Anthony's badass bastard sword's pretty sweet too, honestly. Altar has no holy adornment, no crucifix, no nothing. What kind of faith does this order practice exactly? At least they got an organ though. It's a daunting challenge for someone like Paul who has no musical talent. What if there was some music to play though? Yeah, then maybe we could talk. Look at the stained glass windows. Elephant gun. Elephant gun is always a good time. What's this? Crossbow bolts. Yeah, I mean, this is the... What did it say? The 1400s or the 1600s? So... Crossbows and such sound pretty badass. Cathedral's Tabernacle, which is just a fun word to say. Aged, varnished mahogany. Okay, so everything's locked. Simple podium with a lectern. There's a drawer recessed inside of it. Can I open it? Ah, it's locked. Okay. Just a door down that hallway. What about over this way? And of course, I don't have a crossbow myself. What about this emerald? Deep green. Reflects the light perfectly. A master craftsman has cut this thing. If I should save. That is, if I can. I cannot. It just seems like it arbitrarily chooses when it is and is not safe to save. Can I grab this torch? Yes. So at least I have something. It's not much, but it's something. Better than being empty-handed. Listen, right here. Now can I save? Yes. Oh, saw something. Oh, this. Oh my. There's a naked man with snakes pouring out of his mouth. Woodcut shows an act of blasphemy. A host of demons prey upon humans like they were playthings. Disemboweled by mocking demons, eaten or tortured by other carnal, deviant acts. It's a pretty normal thing to see inside of a cathedral, right? The holy fire of this torch, that's right. It's the only way. Robes and cloaks. Oh, but there was something tumbling from inside. Oh, there's the podium key. There it is. I was just bemoaning a lack of key for such things. Nice little treasure chest. Old school. Ooh, a crossbow now. A crossbow with which to use those bolts. And this little thing. The effects of a plague. Spirit of death incarnate casts final judgment over a wealth of victims. Nice and menacing, I would say. Powerful and accurate weapon. Shoots a wooden bolt, as it should. Key for the podium and the cathedral are apse, A-P-S-E. Not asp as in like the kind of snake. Well, hopefully not. So since we have this, I'm gonna crack this thing open now, I suppose. And inside of it is... Could this be a journal entry? A diary page. Paul's crossbow training. If only. So, Brother Andrew, the victim that we saw earlier. The corpse that we saw earlier, rather. But before he was a corpse, he was a living human, and he once wrote, I have finally arrived at Amiens, which is, I think, the cathedral we're in right now, and my pilgrimage to see the hand of Jude draws to a close. I cannot wait to lay eyes upon the sacred relic. My journey here has been arduous, and it shall be good to relax for a while in this peaceful village. Amiens is full of good people, strong in their faith and their role in our world. If the blight of witchcraft is present in this world, then I doubt it is in Amiens. Yes, about that. I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that you're dead. And the other bad news is that there are bad things here. I guess I have no good news, so never mind. Only bad news to share. Oh, that might be where we would go for being the custodian then. So in that case, we go up to the top areas then. Good thing we got this torch though, so we're not completely empty-handed at least. I have bad news and then additional worse bad news. It is Obley Cathedral. Oh, so yeah, that would make sense. Amiens is the name of the village. Which presumes that this is like an actual thing that exists. Oh, this is where we were kept. Because yeah, a lot of these places are based in real life locations, so there probably is an actual Obley Cathedral. Although I would imagine it's not. It doesn't look exactly like this, but I'm sure there's at least some comparisons. Still raining like the dickens out there, but otherwise everything is not horribly amiss. At least, not yet. It is a real cathedral, yeah. Oh, we have one of these things, though. Okay, well, it's only a matter of time. It's worth noting that Paul Luther does not have a lot of health. He is not a very healthy lad. He has a lot of magic capabilities, though, which is cool. So that's our first bad guy, which means, indeed, we have quite a bit ahead of us, it seems. 24 hours to live. And yes, I forgot to... Whoops. Minor issue. So will the dude actually come to help us? Whoa, that's... Oh, Physics Cat. What's up, buddy? Thank you very much, Mr. Physics Cat. Hope you're doing well. Physics Cat is a friend of the channel and a fellow variety channel streamer. Let's do a quick shout out for our friend. It's good to see Mr. Physics Cat. How was the stream? I see you were doing some... Oh, MechWarrior 2. That's awesome, man. I've played all the way through MechWarrior 3 and its expansion, and MechWarrior 4 and all of its expansions 2 years ago, and loved it. I had played MechWarrior 3, but I'd never played 4. So it was fun kind of powering through a bunch of MechWarrior times, but I've never played 2, and I understand 2 is one that a lot of people have played. Right now, we're instead playing some Eternal Darkness. It's my favorite horror game ever. Gotta ring the bell, because we're playing Paul Luther's chapter. This takes place in, I think, the 1400s, where a humble monk who has been caught in an accusation of heresy in this church where there's some evil shit going down. So that's what we're here to do. But enough about my stream. I want to hear about your stream, Mr. Physics Cat. Doing some MechWarrior. Sounds like a good old time. First time with the series, though. That's awesome, man. There was the... Oh, yes, Battletech. Yeah, the turn-based one. Because obviously, MechWarrior is more of a real-time kind of game. Because, yeah, I never played 2, but I loved 3. 4 was good as well, but 4 was more, like, action-packed. 3 felt more like it was real-time, but there was more strategy to it, I felt at least. So 3 is my personal recommendation. It's kind of hard getting, like, acquiring a copy of 3, and running it on modern operating systems is challenging, but it is doable at least. But thank you again, Mr. Physics Cat. Plays a lot of a wide variety of games. In addition to MechWarrior, he also does a lot of Doom 2 custom WODs. I know last time you were doing some more very challenging ones. So yes, Physics Cat's a good lad, plays a lot of cool games, and doesn't afraid of anything. We're playing Eternal Darkness. This playthrough is a celebration of sorts, because we actually just, so about 10 years or so ago, I uploaded a video on YouTube. It was an all Sanity Effects video on YouTube of this game, and it just back at the end of November crossed over 1 million views, and also 10 years. So this kind of playthrough is a celebration of sorts. Oh, and that's Solar. Thank you very much, Solar, for also a very generous rate. Thank you, my friend. Goodness gracious, great ball of fire. All these nice people. Thank you to Physics Cat and to Solar for your incredible generosity, both of you. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. Like I said, you probably heard me just say this is my favorite horror game. We're kind of celebrating a milestone of sorts on from a series of like fun milestones for a video I made on YouTube 10 years or so ago. Thank you, Solar. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. Thank you, Black Magics, for joining in as well. That's right. Yeah, so yes, this is a revisiting of this game. It's just a casual playthrough. This is one of my favorite well, I have many favorite chapters. One of my many favorite chapters. I got the lights off because the game is thematically quite dark, but also literally quite dark. So I feel like playing it with the lights off is the right way to do it. And Solar, how was your stream, my friend? Solar is not only a streamer extraordinaire, but also a mod maker extraordinaire, a developer that makes lots of cool stuff. And understandably, they were playing some Noita excellent stuff. As yes, Solar's made a lot of great Noita mods.
Too soon. As you have noticed, dread things inhabit this place. Shambling corpses, and worse.
There is darkness at work here, in the midst of the Inquisition.
I suspect it is worse than that, but I have no proof. Brother Andrew knew this also, and paid the price for it.
Why are you telling me this?
Perhaps you can finish off what Andrew started. Take this key. It unlocks the old tower. It has been sealed off since the Inquisition arrived.
It's a big key. It's hefty.
The truth behind this.
If you manage to uncover the source of darkness, return here, and I will do everything I can to help. Till then, brother, may your faith protect you.
Alright, so our only friend in this awful dark place. But thank you again to Solar for that very generous raid, and Physics Cat, two streamer friends extraordinaire, helping us out with some big old raids. I appreciate you both. But yeah, Solar in particular, in addition to the cool stuff he does on stream, he is also an incredibly talented mod maker for Noita. A number of you most likely follow other Noita streamers and other Noita content creators. You're probably aware of the Noita well, hold on, what's it called? It's the multiplayer Noita mod. Noita Together, I think is what it's called, which was one of Solar's creations. I know, Solar, you're also working on, what was it? I think it was called Nemesis mode, which is yet another very ambitious mod. So Solar is one of many mod makers for Noita that does a lot of cool things, but Solar in particular has very ambitious and very cool ideas and cool things that he aims to do with his mods, which is always incredibly impressive. So if you enjoy Noita and enjoy other content creators that play that game and play mods for it, make sure you keep an eye on Solar streams and his GitHub page and other like, you know, other links that he has. Solar, if you want to, actually, and I'll ask this of you as well as Physics Cat, since you both rated me so recently, if there's any things you guys wanted to plug, because you guys both have done me a favor by rating me. Solar as well as Physics Cat, if there's anything you want to plug in the chat, any links you want to post, or any clips you want to share from your stream, by the way. The least I can do is you know, turn the spotlight on you guys, because you both helped me out with some very nice raids. Gonna grab some food, gonna head to bed. Oh yeah, no worries, Physics Cat. Like I said, I know it is getting late. To be honest, I'll probably, after we finish Paul's chapter, which will probably be done in about 30 or so minutes, we'll probably wrap up as well. But we will be seeing this chapter to the end, though. Yeah, very generous, very generous. It's in prototype form, yeah, because I think it was Alias was streaming it, right, Solar? And I remember he had in the title, and I was like, I've never even heard of this. And Solar was like, oh yes, it's because it is still in development, he said, sneakily rubbing his little raccoon hands together, because as you can tell from his emotes, he's a little raccoon friend. Custodian shakes his head, doesn't have enough evidence to make an accusation. Oh, okay, so yes, we think that there's something suspicious about Paul Augustine, but nothing that is, like, obviously clear. Alright, so he hooked us up with the old tower key. Let's see if we can find some dirt on this Augustine lad. That's awesome, Solar. Because yeah, you were also talking... I know when we raided you, you were doing some Slime Rancher. And you were talking about wanting to start something else. I mean, Solar, you strike me as the kind of guy that has a bajillion projects in your mind at any given time. It's like, man, if I had an infinite amount of time and resources, I would do this. I would work on this project, this over here. Like, you always have, like, things kind of that you're working on mentally, at least, as far as, like, ideas and projects. And I think you were talking about something with Slime Rancher in particular. You were like, oh, man, it'd be cool if I could have the time to work on this other idea for Slime Rancher, at least. So it's like Solar has his hands, what's the phrase? Has his fingers in a lot of pies, if you catch my drift. It's all good stuff, my friends, and again, I really appreciate you guys joining in and giving us very generous raids. It's very helpful from both of you, Physics Cat and Solar alike. But our boy, our friend hooked us up with the old tower key. I think the old tower is what we saw in Anthony's chapter. The guy with the bastard sword that slowly turned into a zombie from that hex in Charlemagne's time. And I think that would be the area along the right-hand side here. Oh, hold on. Did you see Paul glancing to the left? Because the corpse that we saw earlier was somewhere around here. We don't have any way to investigate, so... yeah, nothing of note. We lost a little bit of sanity with that one monster we found, but nothing too scary. Oh, we haven't even gone downstairs, have we? Yeah, because there's a staircase, which I've never even had yet to go into. Let's go into it now. The catacombs of... underneath the cathedral. Alright, so a few things. More crossbow bolts. And we do have a crossbow to use them with now, which is nice. Personal effects of a priest. Rosary beads, crucifix, that kind of stuff. This looks pretty normal, and it must have been Brother Andrew's. Andrew was the lad who was found murdered. A murder most foul. This Spartan bed shows that the order treats its visitors. No sign of the order's owner, quarters, rather. The only man that doesn't need a bed is a dead one, he says. Well, that's strangely fitting. Nothing else here. Some reliquaries. Leather-bound book, let's grab it. Forgeries of the reliquaries, dating back to the late 13th century. It reads, doubtless, many obscure orders requiring more income than can be garnered from the tithe resorted to forging ancient relics to bring people from outside their region to their diocese, and thus became more lucrative. While it could be said that a false hope is still hope, relics such as Cuthbert's jawbone and the Hand of Jude, which we heard in the intro, and the infamous thigh-bone flute of Cano, or Canot maybe, thigh-bone flute. That's a phrase I didn't expect to hear tonight. While being forgeries, deceived the righteous unjustly. Their existence was as true relics is the utmost heresy. So that right there is evidence that there is no actual Hand of Jude relic. So that was the relic that this character here, Paul Luther, was hoping to find. Or was hoping to see, rather. So the fact that it's a forgery means that they were just trying to draw people here for money or for other means, maybe. Yeah, the bone flute, that's right. Yeah, usually if I'm... oh, more crossbow bolts. Usually if I'm hearing something about some kind of flute attributed to a body part, it's not bones. Well, a bone might be involved in some way. There's a door there. I guess a generator of sorts. Supplies. Oh, it's for the organ, okay. Requires an expert hand and attention to keeping it in working order. Yeah, so we're directly beneath the pipe organ right now. Oh, look at this. A mace. And we have a melee weapon. Which is good because the crossbow is great, but it only fires one shot for us to be reloaded, so... the melee weapon... excuse me, the melee weapon, the mace, would be a good thing to fall back on. In times of devilrous... oh, we have the trappers. Alright, well, let's use the crossbow, actually. Deal with these things. I always like the crossbow's reload animation. Check this shit out. Where he, like, kind of holds it down with his foot. It's probably fairly realistic, because I understand crossbows are pretty hefty. And those strings, those bowstrings are really tight. So, like, it's not like in the videos, or in video games, or in movies, where, like, they fire and quickly, like, pull it back with their hands. Well, those things are really fucking tough and really strong. We're kind of tapping the wine casks to hear if there's anything fancy. Wine inside this one is strong as it seeps through the cask. Has a heady aroma. Ooh, this one's hollow. Why would it be hollow when all the other ones are full of maturing wine? Should we turn the spigot? Let's do so. Yeah, that's the more realistic way. We like kind of using your foot as an anchor point. Let's go back to the torch because it's still dark. So that opened a secret passage. We can't even check the other wine casks now, so that's a secret passage that a ways. Anything else back this way? Nope. And there's this monstrosity with what looks to be a sapphire inside of him. Alright, so since he is a blue lad, let's use green magic. I follow the Pokemon rules to fight this lad. Or I could just do this. Use the Mantrock magic. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, the animation in Morrowind, but it's super fast. Like, for Morrowind, it's like... It's like super fast. They knew their shit when they hoarded all the... There it is, yeah. Wine, honey, and cheese. Those monks know what's up, baby. See if enchanted our weapon to fight the demon a little bit more gooder. Oh. So I got smacked. Oh, he froze me. So again, we gotta like, with these lads, and especially with long reload animations, we gotta be snappy. They like their ranged attacks. Only have so much ammo. And of course, Paul Luther's great, but he's not very great with melee. I guess damage field would also be a reasonable strat here. Ouch. Yeah, one hit and took us quite a chunk off. I wonder if green magic would have been better, because I would think that purple is like about as equally effective. Oh, look at that, it's like poisoning him or something. It keeps glowing, yeah. So I like to think it's still quite good. There we go. Maybe, oh, you can see the crossbow bolts inside of him if you look closely. That's kind of neat. So we got the gem that was inside of him. And now, since we've been affected by the sanity, we have a slight Dutch angle. We have the jingling bells in the distance. Pedestal has 3 indentations, so we have an emerald and a sapphire. There's probably a ruby that we need as well. Can you get the bolts back? That's a really good question. I don't see them. So I think they are spent afterwards. But that would be pretty nifty, actually. So it's 3 indentations with sockets appearing. They're waiting for something. Could that something be, I wonder? Let's keep poking around. Yeah, blast. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, D-Man. For the zombies, it seems like you can do more damage if you blast the torso. But for the big boys, go for the heads. Seems like that's the strat. So we're in a mausoleum right now. The remains of departed monks. Some have turned to dust. Others have grotesquely withered. Living husks of bone and leathery skin. Oh boy. Back to the torch for a bit. Is this the same thing? Yeah, same thing. What this? Massive granite vault with hideous bas-reliefs. Scratch marks running along the floor. Oh, it moves. Okay. So we'll probably have to come back here. I think there's more that we need before we can resolve this room, but it's progress, so we'll take it. Let's get back the way we came and probably head to the old tower then. All signs point to that being where we should go for true progress. And it's still raining like the dickens out there, it seems. Not in real life, but in the video game. Although I know parts of the upper Midwest here in the United States are getting got with lots of rain. Old tower is locked, but that's okay. Got that shit unlocked. Here we go. Oh boy. So Bone Thief attacks and then burrows inside one of these fucking dudes. Brutal. Enchanter crossbow. See if I can get a quick reload. Oop. Alright, let's go for melee. In fact, I'm gonna do the same thing. This guy's pretty fast on his feet. I'm gonna enchant my mace as well, since Paul Luther has an abundance of magic. He's fairly slow to attack, though. Like, his melee speed is not the bestest. But he's still a fucking gangster. If you can kind of stun lock those guys when you've got it enchanted. Hey, what's up, Raven Dead? Yes, this is the game. Well, I'm playing on the Wii, actually. So it's an emulated GameCube through my Wii. But yes, I'm playing on unofficial hardware. This game originally came out on GameCube. Got that guy fought, and I'm intentionally keeping my guy at low sanity because I want to get the sanity effects in this game. So we got a new spell. Shield. Oh, that'll come in handy for Paul. Paul's a good guy, but he's not a super strong lad, so some additional protection would go a long way. In fact, let's go ahead and assign that now. I feel like I'm going to use that a lot. So spell list, shield. Let's assign this. Just with good old Mantrock magic. Let's do that on the left. I think shield lasts as long as like it lasts as long until you're hit. I don't think it goes away on its own. I don't think. So it's a good thing to pop up from time to time. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to the torch because again, I know it's kind of dark in game. Oh, I should also reload. It's kind of dark in game, so having the torch equipped makes it a little bit easier for you guys to see what's going down, and also easier for me for that matter too. Should probably show this book to the dude, to the janitor friend, as that might just be the evidence that he was hoping to see. His casket is ready for Brother Andrew's body. Is Augustine blessing it, or is there something else behind it? Maybe the death was expected or even arranged, perhaps. How mysterious. So let's see. I know when we were here in Anthony's chapter. Yeah, here we go. There's the bishop's chamber. There's Paul's. Oh, that's not Paul. Whose voice is that? That's not Paul's voice at all. That's Anthony. He's got something in his eye there. Uh-oh, looks like we have to defend ourselves. Anthony was a good guy, but he's been corrupted by that hex that got him. But he is hardly bothered by us smacking him. If you look closely, you can see that the bolt has gone through his head, actually. It's a little bit tough to see. Oh, the shield helped us. I'm gonna reload while he's down. I don't think he's dead yet. Yes, the poison is smacking him. Homeboy just doesn't give a shit. Yeah, now he's got 2 bolts. Let's see if I can enchant my weapon real fast. If you're fast enough. There we go. Yeah, 2 bolts in his head. Gotta be real fast. Paul's fairly slow on his feet, but Anthony's been pretty worse for wear at this point. Multiple hundreds of years. So he saw a vision from his past life when he was among the living. Oh, and his corpse is still getting smacked. We got his sword too. I forgot we get his sword. It's one of my favorite weapons in the game, and it's a badass weapon. I mean, the mace is cool, but this thing is for real gamers, real pro gamers. Some camera angles, yeah. As you lose sanity, you get various things that take hold. One of which is that, for those of us who have seen Battlefield Earth, you might remember the camera tilt that movie has for the whole movie. They call it the Dutch angle. So when we have low sanity, the camera gets tilted in a similar sense, implying that, like, as we become more insane, our reality, our perception of reality becomes skewed. Nothing else in this room. I mean, we got the ruby, which is big, making it glow from within, which is nice. A crimson ruby. And the sapphire, which I didn't inspect earlier. Bright luminescence with an ethereal hue to it. Very nice. So we have those three bad boys, which is great to see. Uh-oh. Why is the door locked? Uh-oh. Shit. Is there something else I was supposed to do? Seems like there was nothing else in here. No, actually, I was gonna say, I actually do secretly know that that is a sanity effect, so I was looking to see, like, how else it would play out. Let's go upstairs. Yeah, it's a specific, like, angle that is a deliberate thing. I know that the director for Battlefield Earth was questioned, like, dude, why is the entire movie filmed with the Dutch angle? And I think the answer that he gave was like, well, the idea was that it was supposed to give the movie like a comic book feel, but it's, you know, it's a thing to not be overused, obviously. Sheet of music. We saw, I like how it's written in a way that it's almost like cartoonish. It's like, this is the kind of music that you would see that when you're like teaching someone how to read music with like gigantic notes and whatnot, and they're like super clearly labeled. That's nifty. Never mind the demon we just slayed. That's right, we're going to be playing. That's right, the organ is coming up next. Bewildering array of books and tomes sorted onto shelves. Books of a religious nature, of course. An abandoned easel has some paper. Another diary page. Is there anything else I was needing to read? We had the diary page 1 earlier. It's somewhat tattered through years of use. So part 2 of Brother Andrew's diary then. I suppose it is understandable that they will not show me the hand of Jude on such little notice, but I must confess that the preparations they make are most unusual. No acts of consecration, no daily prayer or worship are demonstrated by the strange order. One wonders if they are holy at all, let alone being under the auspices of the Grand Inquisition. Perhaps it is my naivete of our faith. There are many practices associated with it, and they differ greatly from region to region. Perhaps Amiens is merely more eccentric than others. I'm sure it's just eccentricities, and nothing scary or murderous or villainous at all. Nothing else up here, at least. Just lots of books, lots of shelves. Nothing special of note. I'm looking for... I honestly can't remember if there's anything else up here of worth. Because in Anthony's chapter, there was a false book on one of these shelves that opened up a secret passage. But I don't think we get that this time around. The main thing, I think, was the musical parchments. Let's go back down. With our cool new sword. The green vial. So that left green vial there, that is our sanity meter. And it's actually going down. Oh, our inventory's empty. That's our sanity. And as our sanity goes down, we have sanity effects like that fuck with us, the player. Like in that point where the game pretended to remove our entire inventory. But yes, you can see in the top left that green means we have a low sanity meter, red is health, and blue is magic. Green you can restore with spells or some equipment, or by finishing off bad guys with finishing blows. Health you can restore through some spells and some magical items. Magic restores over time. Let's see, was there anything else? Let's go and use the sheet music here. You know, since I did lose some health earlier, I'm going to cast a quick healing spell on myself. Paul does not have a ton of max health, unfortunately. Bellows and pumps, the pipe organ is able to play deeply moving music. It can inspire faith and influence hearts beyond the control of the mind. Let's play the organ. Oh, oh yes. So the letters on the parchment aren't like notes, because there's no Y or X note. It's mapping to the buttons in the controller. All right. Ooh, the 5-point power circle, which means we can cast more spicy, more powerful magic now, which is great news. It is almost empty. None of the usual things that'll be there, like holy water or ritualistic items. Just a circle of power, which is very useful to us. Never mind my sword stab in the tabernacle on the bottom there. So, if we could get the power rune... Oh, wait, we actually might already have it. Do we have Paragon? Not yet. I think that's gonna be the last one. Well, I think we almost have all the runes, actually. That's crazy. So yeah, no Paragon rune. Once we get Paragon, then we can cast multiple spells beyond just 3 circles of power. Or 3 points of power. So now... Oh, I think we should go back to the bell tower, right? Because we have some, what might be proof, or at least evidence, of Augustine's corruption. So we can go up. That is not the right way. This is the right way. Oh yeah, that's it. More grinding sword noises in the background. Another sanity effect. More of a passive sanity effect in that case. Oh! But now, we're getting a vision of the cathedral again. Oh, but it's vastly different. There's bodies everywhere. There's missiles being launched from afar. You can hear, like, the missile noises. Some kind of more modern-day warfare. Could that be a flashback to something? Or maybe even a flash forward? I guess we'll find out. Do we get the diary? Yeah, we got diary entry number 2, which we read a little bit earlier. Where he was pondering the eccentric nature of this church's preparation rituals. There's our buddy. Need more evidence? I think this is the evidence that we need, dude. Well, I guess he doesn't. Unless there's something else. There's nothing else we can use, per se. Okay, so never mind. I was thinking we would show him the book and he would give us something else. Now that'll be later, I think. We're knocking on doors. It's never mind. So in that case, let's go back down into the catacombs. Past the mausoleum, because we have the 3 gems that are required. You can see the angle is especially noticeable right now when the camera kind of pans back like that. So I should be saving. Oh, hold on. Some ammo here. Whoa, crossbow bolts. Whoa, crossbow bolts. Jackpot, baby. It's like a whole treasure trove. Oh, they're leading me down a path, too. This is great. I'm in the land of plenty. Hope you like that noise, by the way. We're getting it a lot. Oh, just kidding. It was a sanity effect. I always like that one because it's like I get so excited that it's like, oh, wait a second. It's not real. Gosh darn it. Oh, upside down room. Oldest trick in the book. The old upside down room strategy. Yeah, a ton of health and weapons. In this case, it was a lot of fake ammo. Now it's giving us an upside down room, which is not particularly helpful right now. Can I just exit this way?
What's going on here?
A lot of sanity effects back to back, baby. So now we have all 3 of the gems. Last time we had to fight a large horror demon this way. Oh, right, yes, save. Yes, I was just saying earlier. Cool. That's right, demon, that's right, yeah. That is a sanity effect, and I love it when that one happens because it's kind of cool getting those peaks in other parts of the level. So I love getting to see that one. It's a very level-specific one, but it is an enjoyable one. Slap some of these bad boys in there. And we're in good shape. Alright. Go for the torch. And we'll save again for good luck. Good. Red, green, blue, that's correct. Light these guys up. Oh, we got the little friends. Little dudes. I mean, as fun as that is, I hope it's not implying that children have been turned into zombies. Ouch. There we go. Smack these guys down. Nothing else on the sides here. The sanity thing, that's right. Yeah, that's one of this game's more noteworthy things. Ah, let go of me. Unhand me. Let's get back to our cool sword. Let's power this thing up. Just some ass-kicking magic. And eventually we'll be able to do the cool guy 5 tier. Or really just 2nd tier, but like the next level version. There's the Vladimir Putin statue again. I think it's supposed to be like a Julius Caesar statue head bust, but when your sanity is low, his head will follow you. Chopped off his entire torso. There we go. Looks like he's shirtless. Yeah, we can't get like as close of a view to it as we can in Alex's sections of the game. We can still see it pretty clearly. As we can't like do the examine. Still kind of fun though. I always kind of appreciated that. We see that in multiple parts of the game. That being said, anything else back here? Now actually, hold on. If we got a rune just now... Okay, so we don't have it identified, but we do have it. That should be the last one. Something down here. Quick heal. Lost a bit of health with that one. And now that I'm starting to lose health... Oh, I can't save yet. Oh, because the enemy isn't dead. I mean, I fucked him up pretty good though, man. I think just legs. I was to say, yeah, he's not gonna be doing much, I don't think. And now I should be able to save. Cool. They're fighting each other. And that is very good. That gives me a chance to be ready. Oh, he won already. Wow, that was quick. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Oh, I think I'm out of bullets. Out of crossbow bullets. So I'm gonna do this real fast. Oh, you're right. I should have put shield up. Yeah, I should have done that. Yeah, this Paul Luther is not the strongest lad. This is why we save. Let's keep hacking. We got his ass. Woo! Not a moment too soon. Oh, there's bolts right there. Good job, Paul. You're doing much better now, homie. Get that shield up. Forgot all about that. Alright, so now we're shielded, we're enchanted, we're healed. All is good. And what's this? An effigy of a monk on a sacrificial altar. There's a grooves emplaced kind of where his chest is. The monk's face looks a lot like the custodian. Only when thy friend is sacrificed, when his cries fill the air, will the great doors be opened to thee. Well, that's not spooky or terrifying. Door's locked, because of course it is. I think we came from this door. Oh, hold on. I should reload this real fast. Yep. And since I almost made a grizzly in there, let's go ahead and save as well. Oh, look at these little dudes. They're so cute. You can just step on them. To fucking murder them. Aw, if only. Dude, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that have been wonderful if that would have been an actual effect? Nah, they're normal size. Lame. Just fucking stomping them like Godzilla. Effigy of a monk? What about effigy of monkey? Go back, I want to be monkey. So even though Paul Luther isn't as able-bodied of a fighter as those before him who have wielded the two-handed sword, he still does okay with this badass thing. Table bears arcane documents, proof of additional heresy, of course, diagrams and sigils pertaining to demonic craft scattered across the recently used table. Arcane documents and treatments of the demonic arts. We dare not even touch them. Whoops. Oop. I will touch, however, those crossbow bolts. Yes, sir. Got 9 of them now, which is pretty sick. The shield going up. A shelf recessed into the wall. Not as flush as the others. Maybe it slides inwards. It do. It do slide inwards. We're doing okay otherwise. Oh yeah. In we go. This one. Forgot what the button was for a second. They're probably gonna get up again. Where the crossbow bolt touched you, yeah. Why can't I not attack? Uh-oh, that's not good. Can't attack. I don't know if I've seen that effect before, where you can move the controller otherwise, but the attack button is disabled. There's a bajillion bad guys. That's a new one, I think. Or if it is one that I've seen, I don't remember it as well. After all these years of playing this game, there's still more that I'm learning. Alright, so here's the codex for Pargon. We have everything we need now. So now we can power up our spells by just injecting Pargon, which is helpful. So now we can do this. Spell list. We could say, give me a shield. Oh. Oh, I guess do I have to say new spell? Oh, I guess that's what it is. So we say protect. Self. With 2 Pargon rights for a 5-point, like a second tier shield spell. Uses a lot more magic, but it'll last that much longer. So in fact, I'm gonna go ahead and add that to my assign. Boom, there we go. Another diary page, resting upon an altar for some reason. I can't save right now, though. Dude, what if, Irasi? Yeah, there's a fairly large and somewhat significant cathedral in St. Louis as well that... Man, I sure hope there's some spooky shit in their catacombs and or mausoleums as well. Maybe I should check to see if they have any spooky diary pages like this one. This is page number 3. With a shudder, my heart turned to ice. I came to the brutal realization that the entire order were heretics and that I was in incredible jeopardy. Who knows how long they had kept their dark secret, masquerading as custodians of the Hand of Jude when in fact they guarded a damnable relic, the essence of the unholy Chaturga, and used it to lure potential victims to their hideous sacrifice. I felt sick, and despite my faith, I felt intense fear and hopelessness. I know that I must escape this place before they suspect my knowledge. I must warn the world and notify the real Inquisition of their presence. Knowing death is just around the corner and fearing every moment, I commit these words to paper. Augustine will find this book. I will remove certain pages and hide them, so that all who may follow might discover the truth before it is too late. Good man, but sadly it was too little too late. In fact, they would have found it and put it on the shrine, a blasphemous shrine. Dedicated to an unholy god, Paul can sense its evil and find it difficult to approach. Oh, you're still here, by the way. Not anymore. I'll cut off your entire body. Oh, not load, save. Like I should be saving often with how squishy Paul is. Good old squishy Paul, he's a good lad. And you know, actually, I should also... I'm gonna do this now. I feel like the quick casting is good to keep with the 3-tier in case I need, like, something snappy. But in this particular case, though, I think it is worth my while. Oh, I have to do a new one. Each time, I guess. Like, if you want to use a new version, a powered version of a spell, you have to kind of manually craft it the first time. So it would be, I think, project item. Yeah, for the enchant item spell. Oh, whoops. So now, cast. Bam. Bam. I feel okay kind of leaning on Paul Luther's magic abilities, because he has so much magic. And very little of health or sanity, for that matter. And also just looks so cool being all purple and glowy. Such a badass. Also, I hear more blood drippage. Hold on, what's that? Oh, those are candles. I thought it was more crossbow bolts. I got very excited. So I bet now we have what we need to go to the custodian. I bet now he's got some stuff that he's willing to share in exchange for our proof of heresy. And also more blood splatters dripping from the floor, from the ceilings. Nothing weird. And there's Vladimir Putin again, in all of his glory. Getting a lot of kind of passive sanity effects, like the screams in the background and the blood drippages from the ceiling. Otherwise, it's holding together fairly well, which is good and disappointing. So I like the weird shit. So let's see, we gotta get back to the bell tower. That will be... We gotta go back to... Yeah, we gotta go back this way. Let's just jog this way. It's a long way back. It's a long journey, and Paul's a good dude, but... not the most athletic lad. From his monastery. Not that one. Over this one. I'll save again. So I don't think there's more combat in the meantime, but let's be safe. Guess there's some room with like 3 of those horrors just waiting for us. Especially when we do not have a lot of ammo, like crossbow ammo, to deal with them, with such things. Alright, so he's still here. He's still very much alive. New cutscene.
Brother Andrew suspected Augustine all along. I managed to find remnants of his journal, and it all points to Augustine's involvement with a paganistic cult operating inside the cathedral.
Aye, the cathedral's dark secret has been uncovered. I too suspected this, but was too afraid to act. Augustine himself is a heretic.
He has covered his tracks well, claiming that the sacred relic, the Hand of Jude, was stored here. He had those who came to see it murdered. The Hand of Jude never existed.
And with that realization, the trap closes, brother. My days here are numbered. I awoke to find this cruel dagger placed upon my pillow this morn.
Brutal.
It can only mean one thing. I know too much, and they are moving to silence me. I can only hope that what little faith I have left is enough to save my soul. Please, take this thing away from me. Its very sight troubles me to no end. May your faith protect thee, Brother Luther, for that's all you have.
Alright, no pressure. Good luck. Don't get murdered, please. Up. And homeboy called it, didn't he? So we have the knife. A knife! Now if we go back... No, he's already gone. Dude, we turned our back for like 5 seconds. And he already got disappeared. Alright, well. So we have this dagger now, and we did see that pedestal where a dagger could be inserted for devious and or diabolical means. That's our only chance to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Yeah, it's one thing if he voluntarily disappears. I'm more worried if he was involuntarily disappeared. Who invited this fucking guy? Who's this guy? Get him out of here. Oh, hold on. I smacked his head off, and it was for a brief second. It rested on the guardrail. So now we're getting various monsters in just various places popping out where they're very much not welcomed. Oh, didn't mean to do that, but alright, sure. So back down we go. Into the catacombs once more, perhaps to find the truth of what's going down. Oh, and also, since I'm encountering monsters, I should be saving. Good. Oh boy, more friends. See, I've lost my shield now, but that's fine. It's an easy fix. Big ol' shield. Yes! And since we're fighting a decent bit of things, yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do the the big enchant. My cool guy sword. Seems like it lasts quite a bit longer when it's the 5-point as well. Got this cool sword, and I can't even use it against these things, because these things are ranged only. Trappers. Oh, whoops. This one. Yes. More monsters, but nothing too silly. Doesn't have to just chop them in half. Chopped his head and his arm off in just a couple of fell swoops. Just so satisfying. Got hot knife through butter. Looking to see if there's any like additional crossbow bolt placements anywhere. Yeah, as long as you're fast, those guys are usually fairly quick to dispatch. Now, here's the part that, you know, we don't really want to do. Also, I'm gonna do a quick heal. So it's a depiction of our only friend. And it implies we need to sacrifice him. An enchanted dude, yeah, it's quite effective, I would say. Alright. No, we don't want to do this, but it seems to be the only way. Long-bladed knife for sacrificing humans. To even pick it up allows us to sense the evil it emits. It is intense and unnerving. The souls displayed has taken live on within its metal. Do we actually, like, check more about the sword that we have? I think we've already learned about it previously. Yeah, we've already inspected everything else. Alright. That's not a good noise to hear. The path is open. So that means this guy is still locked then. So that door, okay, I was thinking it would open that door. This one's like something else entirely. Oh, we have a barrier that must be dispelled. We have just the thing. To be new spell. Be a 5-tier. It would be a spell area with 2 paragons. Yeah, that's the one. Dispel magic. I like that Mantarok's magic voice is kind of a whisper, implying that, of course, he is weakened, but he's still got enough juice to be able to cast some pretty fancy shit. Now, what is this that awaits us? Large chamber, ominous fog, narrow bridge, and a bloody corpse. Oh boy, is this who we think it is? It is exactly who we think it is. I think his eyes were gouged out. Ooh. In a pool of his own blood is the custodian, our only ally in this fight against the darkness. His soul no doubt lingers, fused to the altar on which his life has been taken, watching over his own rapidly cooling corpse. Feeling all hope escape him, Paul's situation is suddenly 1,000 times more desperate than before. We're alone against the darkness.
You are a clever man, Brother Luther. Wanting answers to clarify your new position as fugitive, you seek them out, and this is what you find. Tell me, what does a man such as yourself think of when he finds a viper's nest of heresy? When he finds the very source of corruption?
I think of irony. Irony of what you, masquerading as a member of the Inquisition, stand for. And that you stand for evil.
Evil is merely a perspective which no longer concerns me, Luther. You will be executed in the most painful manner imaginable. After we have broken your frail body and mind, in the name of our true Lord, Xelatoth. Come, my children, feast on this morsel, and let us return to our preparations.
I find it how in that cutscene, he, like, normally he pats the head of the bone thieves, but these things don't have heads, so he just kind of pats their light-infused little spots, I suppose. Actually, never mind, I was gonna cast magic, but there's no time. Luther's a fucking gangster, you don't mess around. Alright, well. So that is it with this custodian friend, however. There's more things to consider. What's up, Lady Samus? A miserable little pile of secrets. Throws the wine glass. But enough talk. Burning censers. Oh, like, a censor, not a censor. Like, you know, censored language. There's a fetid incense. Acrid smoke rises from what can only be burning flesh. Ooh, doesn't sound very pleasant in any way, shape, or form. It's not a very sensible sounding fuel source. We actually played both Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night for the first time ever. Not last year, but the year prior, which was really cool. They were my first, like, full Castlevania experiences. Those were good games to play all the way through. They were always games I had heard of as being very good, but playing them myself was the right way to do it. The true experience. It burns well. Oh my. Well, good to know. In case it ever comes up, now we know. Let's get the quick enchant. And then a quick shield. We're ready for whatever awaits us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and/or ma'am. Let's do this thing. Quick save. I couldn't be more ready. Fireplace logs filled with... Oh, yeah. I mean, that kind of thing is so easy to acquire. It's definitely not weird in the slightest. The voice act, it is very endearing. When people make fun of it, they are fully... Like, it's fully accurate to mock, but it's also to be appreciated and delighted. So it is both wonderful and silly, simultaneously. The Xbox Castlevania Symphony Night. Oh, right, because the voice lines are different. That's right, yeah. Yeah, when I played Symphony, I played on the I played the PS3 version, which is just the PS1 ported to a PS1 emulator of sorts. Because yeah, that was my first Symphony experience, and it was great. Someone used, that's right, yeah, soap usually having some kind of like lard or fat to bind it together. So this is a very decorated door. We sense an immense evil. Wonder if the ceremony the monk had mentioned is taking place behind it. Hold on, let's save. In case something crazy is about to happen. Spooky times. There we go, friends. I mean, to smack the wall. Also, I like how whenever you attack, you can hear a roar that almost is reminiscent of Mantarok's rumblings. Should we put an end to the heresy? Let's end this shit. Paul's a fucking gangster, he don't give a shit. And we saw this in the intro, of course. We know something awful was summoned into here. Okay, Paul, you got this, homie. We believe in you. Got that sword, got the shield on us. Paul's a homie. We're whispering to you. We're drawing you close. Oh shit. Oh Jesus. All right.
This is the one that seeks to do combat with me.
Your task, my liege and greater guardian, is to guard this place. Do not worry about this worm. His kind yelps in terror at the sight of your mightiness. We will dispose of him ourselves.
Here we go. Boss fight time. You guys ready? Nope, I lied. He's dead.
If I am to guard this place, then I will do it as I see fit. Be gone. Leave me, and I will guard this artifact as you have instructed.
And thus ends Brother Luther's adventures. He did uncover, you know, all the heresy there. I mean, he did quite a lot, but yeah, sadly that thing did a pretty convincing job of putting all that to a stop, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I know exactly the one you're referring to, Lady Samus. I was thinking the same thing. A note from Edward, by the way. First off, let's save. What's the note say? It reads, "My dearest Alex," that's me. I'm Alex, that's my name. "I'm glad that you have followed my paper trail thus far. I know I could depend on you. This will be the hardest part of your journey. Look for the 88 keys to continue your journey into the past. Your loving grandfather, Edward." Well, 88 keys is going to be the piano, but that'll have to wait until next time, my friends. It is, oh my god, it is almost 2 a.m. Holy shit, I didn't realize I'd gone quite that late. I haven't looked at the clock in a minute. I mean, I love this game so much. So, I mean, it's a game like I've said before, I come back to time and time again, and it's always a good time.